Chapter 779. Lord asked, on the other hand, was the previous chief disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. He was said to have reached the pinnacle of the Aurus Core stage 30 years ago and broken through the Aurus Core shackles. He could break through to the immortal soul stage at any time. But for some reason, he had yet to overcome the heavenly tribulations and break through to the immortal soul stage. But even so, no cultivator dared to underestimate him. There was even a rumor in the Celestial Spirit sect that he had delayed his breakthrough in order to cultivate the Celestial Spirit Divine Mantra. Once he mastered the Celestial Spirit Divine Mantra, he would definitely soar and possess terrifying combat power. Both of them were the top Gold Core realm experts in the Firmament territory. Even though Bai Ziyue's battle strength was astounding, he could still kill Gold Core realm experts as if they were chickens. Of course, besides these two Aurus Core stage cultivators, the ones who caught his attention the most were the Immortal Soul stage cultivators. Even for most cultivators, true cultivators of the primordial spirit realm were elusive, leaving no traces behind. But there was also some news. Lu Yuan of the Jinghong sect, Zhou Wei of the Great Zhou Empire, Yuan City Lord of the Mammoth Immortal City. Of course, there were many Immortal Soul stage cultivators from the Celestial Spirit sect and the Nature sect. There were more than 10 Immortal Soul stage cultivators in total. And these were only the Immortal Soul stage cultivators who had revealed their traces. There were definitely more who had not revealed their true appearances. Another thing worth mentioning was that half a month ago, the center of the Black Wind Canyon had become a forbidden area. A few months ago, a large number of disciples of the Thousand Elephant sect had gathered there and set up various defensive measures. Any cultivator who dared to approach and spy on them would be severely warned and interrogated. The Nature sect has really planned for Situ Zhang's heavenly tribulations. Looking at the center of the Black Wind Grand Canyon, which was now sealed by a great formation, a group of cultivators could not help but sigh. This is also very normal. It is said that Situ Zhang's heavenly tribulations this time are very important. No one wants to see him succeed. It is also very normal for them to make such precautions. A cultivator could not help but say, when the time comes, there will be many powerful cultivators who will attack him. Let's see, a battle is inevitable. When the time comes, we have to stay far away from the battlefield. Otherwise, if we get caught up in any of the shock waves, we might die. However, Situ Zhang is no ordinary cultivator. He is the son of the sect master of the Myriad Phenomenon sect and the disciple of the Cloudy Mist Old Monster. No matter which one of them appears during the heavenly tribulation, they should be able to protect him. That's not necessarily true. While the group of cultivators were arguing, Ziyue had already slowly walked away from the restaurant. Soon, Ziyue's figure appeared in front of a building located in the northwestern part of Black Wind Market. This loft was naturally the new Black Wind Market. It was a portable cultivation abode, which was also commonly known as a small grotto heaven in the outside world. Although it was not like a grotto heaven Dharma treasure that could store all things, it already possessed most of the abilities of a grotto heaven. Most importantly, it could be compatible with the outside world and connect to the earth veins. It could allow the spirit chi in the earth veins to flow continuously. It could be considered a great technique and was also the most commonly used treasure by many powerful cultivators when they stayed in ownerless spiritual mountains. Calm Heart Abode. Ziyue looked at the name on the loft and took a deep breath. This Calm Heart Abode did not belong to any faction. It was the residence of a formation master called Master Calm Heart. Ziyue was very proficient in formations. Currently, he had the strength of a beginner third-grade formation master. However, the further one progressed in formations, the more the cultivator had to refine various formation flags and formation weapons to fulfill the requirements if they wanted to unleash the power of the formation. The refining of these materials for setting up a formation was usually very time-consuming and required a long period of storage. For example, the formation set up by the Thousand Elephant sect in the Black Wind Canyon might only take a few days from the beginning to the end. However, From the preparation of the materials for the formation to the refinement of the corresponding formation base, it would often take years or even decades of careful preparation. Of course, the Thousand Elephant sect was one of the top 10 factions in the Star Boundary. They did not only have one formation master, but also many weapon refiners. Naturally, it would take relatively less time. However, there was no doubt that a high-grade formation would require a large amount of time to set up and perfect. Ziyue did not have that much time. In other words, the speed of his strength advancement determined that he could not spend so much time preparing the materials needed for setting up a formation. As for buying, array masters didn't care about low-grade arrays, but for high-grade arrays, whether it was for the sake of profit or for the sake of advancing their own array Dao strength, they wouldn't easily sell the array foundation that they had painstakingly refined and become a coolie. Therefore, when he needed to set up a formation, it was naturally best to seek help from other formation masters. This Master Calmheart was one of the rare ones. She was very skilled in formations and was an itinerant cultivator who did not belong to any of the major sections. An advanced 4th-grade formation master. Ziyue pointed in front of the pavilion and said in a deep voice, "Junior Bei Ming requests to see Master Calmheart." After a long period of silence, just as Bai Ziyue was about to speak again, a buzzing sound rang out. The isolation formation in front of the pavilion was silently opened, revealing a formation passageway that could only allow one person to pass through at a time. The entire passageway was deep and dark, and it seemed to hide countless strange things. It made one fearful and did not dare to step in rashly. However, Ziyue was skilled and bold. He did not mind and stepped in directly. Along the way, Ziyue soon stepped into a spacious hall. At this moment, there was a tall and skinny old man with a ruddy complexion in a red robe looking at him with interest. His cultivation realm was not weak either. He was at the peak of the Golden Core realm and was at the same level as Ziyue. Moreover, Ziyue felt the aura of many great formations from him. Not only his robe, but even his body seemed to have many formations circulating. A powerful formation master. Bai Ziyue knew that this was a cultivation method created by someone who had integrated the Tao of formations into their bones and transformed the mysteries of formations into a cultivation method. This kind of cultivation method used the body as the foundation, the power of the golden core, or the flesh and bones of the body as the formation base. It was a cultivation method that evolved many great formations. Such a powerful formation master usually did not use any special abilities and had very little need for Dharma treasures. However, once they faced an enemy, they were definitely not weak. This was because the other party was constantly borrowing the power of heaven and earth to evolve great formations. Wherever they went, even if it was empty, there was still a great formation that attacked and trapped the enemy. It was very powerful. North Sea greets Master Calmheart. Bai Ziyue cupped his hands and said with a Tao salute, "I've heard of you. Taoist North Sea, a golden core realm cultivator, killed more than one immortal and primordial spirit realm cultivator. If you were not born in the remote corner of the firmament territory in the cloud-piercing mountain range, without the support of many big forces, you might be as famous as Sidu Zheng now. Even so, your name has spread among many experts in the firmament territory. You're a legend." Master Calmheart looked at him and said, "Master Calmheart, you flatter me." Ziyue shook his head politely and continued, "However, to be honest, I'm not born in the cloud-piercing mountain range of the firmament territory. The cloud-piercing mountain range is just the place where I first appeared in the firmament territory. I'm actually born in the ancient desolate realm." The ancient desolate realm was his hometown. When he first came to the firmament territory, he was afraid of hiding his origin because of his weak strength. But now, with the increase of his strength and confidence, he naturally would not be so afraid of his origin. Even though the ancient desolate realm was called a desert of immortal skills, where the great Tao did not exist, and where the experts were almost extinct, he would not despise it at all. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be from the ancient desolate realm. Since the immortals came here 10,000 years ago and were destroyed, no experts have been heard of coming out of the ancient desolate realm for many years. Except for a few rare occasions, ordinary people would not be able to step into the ancient desolate realm. By the way, it's said that the Celestial Spirits sect has a passage that allows them to enter the ancient desolate realm every once in a while to search for talents. The rising genius Fan Xingyu of the Celestial Spirits sect is from the ancient desolate realm. Master Calm Heart raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, Fan Xingyu? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard the name of an old acquaintance. He thought of their parting in the ancient desolate realm. It had been several years since then. That's right. This Fan Xingyu is indeed a stunning talent. It's said that her physique is very unique and endlessly beautiful. She was born with the great Tao, and the great Tao manifested around her at all times. With the Celestial Spirit sect's nurturing, she stepped into the God realm from the Aperture Enlightening realm in just a few years, reaching the peak of the God realm. She is still young and has limited time to cultivate. Otherwise, her fame will be no less than Sidu Zheng's. However, it won't be long before she rises to fame. Her name will shock the world, and she will become a heaven's favorite. Master Calm Heart couldn't help but sigh. A few days ago, Fan Xingyu came to the Black Wind Market with her master, Fairy Luo Hua. I was fortunate enough to see her. She was truly stunning and born with the great Tao. No wonder Lu Wanshu of the Exalted Immortal Sect and Situ Zheng, who underwent the tribulation this time, fell in love with her. If she had switched to the path of formation cultivators, perhaps she could have become the king of formations, as my master had said. It's a pity that she is a direct disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. She doesn't care for my legacy. Fan Xingyu came to the Blackwind Canyon as well, and it seems that her strength is improving at an extremely fast rate. She's almost catching up to me. Ziyue murmured to himself. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. However, he wasn't too surprised. He'd known from the start that Fan Xingyu was extremely talented. Not only did she possess a celestial spirit root, but her constitution was also very unique. She'd already displayed her talents in the ancient desolate realm. Now that she was in the Celestial Spirits sect and had enough resources, her talents and constitution had been optimized, and her growth was naturally astonishing. I wonder how Zhao Yuer is doing. He was slightly relieved to hear news of Fan Xingyu. As for his other sister, but he wasn't too worried when he thought of her promise. Zhao Yuer should be safe under her care. By the way, I heard that there was news of the Dragon Palace appearing in the Great Whale Immortal City of the Endless Sea some time ago. There are also some rumors about you, fellow Taoist. Although they sounded exaggerated, the news of a celestial demon's survival was confirmed by countless people. Now that you're in front of me, I'd like to ask, is the matter of the celestial demon true? Also, do you really have the strength to resist the celestial demon? Immediately after, Monk Jingxin changed the topic and asked again. This was actually one of the reasons why he wanted to meet Ziyue. After all, the rumor was too shocking. Although he didn't believe it, he wanted to hear Ziyue's answer. In particular, the celestial demon was said to be one of the main culprits behind the destruction of the ancient dragon clan. It was in existence at the immortal Tao level, so he had to be careful. The celestial demon is indeed still alive, and now it's very likely that it has stepped into the star boundary. I don't know where it's hiding. As for resisting the celestial demon, Ziyue shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's just that I'm relying on the advantage of the magic treasure." In addition, the celestial demon had suffered an unimaginable injury before. Its primordial spirit was almost destroyed, and its strength had dropped to less than 10%. It couldn't use many of its means, so I was barely able to resist it. If the celestial demon was at its peak, it would probably be able to smash me into a pulp with a casual blow. In that case, the rumor is mostly true? Master Calm Heart's expression changed, and he could not help but look at Ziyue in awe. Even if Ziyue said that the celestial demon was not at its peak, it was still a mighty immortal at the spirit-severing stage. In a situation where it had less than 10% of its strength left, it was still extremely terrifying and could be called a peerless demon. For such an existence. Even an expert at the late or peak primordial spirit realm would find it difficult to fight, let alone an expert at the early or middle primordial spirit realm. It was the same even with the help of the magic treasure. Moreover, he knew very well that the magic treasure that Taoist North Ming mentioned was not an ordinary treasure. It was a spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, he became much more cautious and asked, "May I know why Taoist North Ming is looking for Master Jingxin?" "This time, I'm looking for Master Jingxin because of the array formation." Hearing this, Zus smiled and said he did not expect Master Jingxin to be so talkative. After a bunch of small talk, they finally got to the main topic. However, he was still very happy to hear news about Fanqing Yu from Master Jingxin. He was also looking forward to the time when the two of them would meet again. Chapter 780. Oh, what kind of formation would you like to set up then? If it were an ordinary person who asked him to set up a formation, he would naturally think twice. However, Ziyue was extremely powerful and had unlimited potential. He was able to become an advanced 4th grade formation master as a lone cultivator. Naturally, he had his own way of doing things. He understood the importance of making friends with powerful people, especially people with unlimited potential like Ziyue. This was because only powerful people would have the resources and requirements to set up a high-level formation. Usually, the higher the level of the formation, the greater the increase in his formation skills. One is the 9 Revolutions Star Spiritualization Formation, which can intercept the radiance of the stars above the 9 heavens, the golden essence of the sun, the power of the moon, the essence of the surrounding atmosphere, and the power of evil spirits. It can also rapidly transform and purify the spiritual energy into high-grade crystals. And the other is the 9 Extremes Mountain Protecting Formation, which can attack and defend as one, and trap the enemy and create illusions. Ziyue said calmly. This time, he needed 2 formations. The most important one was the 9 Rotation Stars Spiritualization Formation. However, this great array could not only be used as a spirit-gathering array for his sect in the future, but it could also provide a steady stream of energy for the Book of the Great Way he obtained from the Star Source Sacred Mountain and the Kunwa Golden Pagoda from the Dragon Palace. If he relied solely on his own Jindan essence, he would not be able to sustain it for long. As for the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation, it was naturally prepared for the sect that might exist in the future. The 9 Rotation Stars Spiritualization Formation and the 9 Rotation Mountain Guarding Formation. These 2 formations are both ancient formations. In the entire astral boundary, they are at the top level. However, these 2 formations have long been lost with the passage of time. Only a few formation inscriptions have been passed down to the outside world. It is impossible to restore these 2 formations with these broken formation inscriptions. 3,000 years ago, Formation Master Wan Yuan, who was said to be the most proficient in the 9 Rotation Star Spiritualization Formation and had studied it for thousands of years, could only restore 80% of this formation. The power of the formation that he set up was not even half of what it was at its peak. Master Calmheart quickly shook her head and said, "Although I've studied these 2 great formations, it's difficult for me to restore them to their original state. Not to mention, these 2 grand formations were both high-grade 5 grand formations. With my strength, it wouldn't be difficult for me to set it up step by step if I had the array diagram. If I don't have the array diagram, it would really be like cooking without rice." "I know." Ziyue nodded. He naturally understood his concerns, but his tone was as flat as ever as he said, "But unfortunately, I just happen to have the complete formation diagrams of these 2 grand formations." Speaking of which, he had obtained these 2 spirit formations by accident. He had obtained them from a storage pouch of a demonic Tao expert, the soul-devouring demon exalted. Although it was not clear whether the other party had obtained the formation diagrams of the 2 formations in the Dragon Palace, he had paid attention when he discovered the value of the 2 formations. It was also because of this that he sought out Master Calmheart, hoping that she could restore the 2 great formations. In addition, Apart from these two sets of formation diagrams, he had also obtained an ancient book called the Great Way Array Codex. This was a cultivation method of formations up to the high grade 5. The value of its inheritance was very high. Due to the uniqueness of the lineage of formations, it was almost comparable to the inheritance of the ultimate primordial soul realm. To him, this was a pleasant surprise. You have the complete formation diagrams of the two grand formations? Master Calm Heart was shocked. Her face immediately revealed an extremely moved expression. She was so excited that her voice trembled. Really? If I have the complete formation diagrams of these two grand formations, as long as I have the materials, I am at least 70% confident that I can set up these two grand formations. As she spoke, her eyes could not help but light up. In reality, these two great formations were extremely famous in the ancient times. They were the clan guarding formation of a great clan. Once they were formed, not only could they allow a mountain's spiritual pulse to continuously upgrade, they could even create a grade 6 spiritual pulse in the end. Among them, the 9 Extremes mountain guarding formation was extremely powerful. When it was at its peak, it was said that it could withstand the combined attacks of 3 Lameters. If such a grand formation was completed in his hands, not only would it bring him great prestige, but his formation skills would also definitely be able to advance to the beginning or even the high grade of grade 5. A grade 4 formation master was known as a formation master. A grade 5 formation master, on the other hand, was a formation grandmaster. In the world of celestial techniques, the difference was huge. Moreover, once a formation master reached grade 5, the significance was completely different. Although there were very few grade 4 formation masters in the entire astral realm, there were still a few of them. However, grade 5 formation grandmasters were extremely rare in the astral realm. It was already considered good to have 10 of them. Originally, with his potential and aptitude, it was almost impossible for him to become a grade 5 formation grandmaster in this lifetime. Now that such an opportunity was in front of him, he had to participate even if he had to give it his all. All right, Ziyue was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "These are the formation diagrams of the 9 Revolutions Astral Spiritualization Formation and the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation. With your skills, how long will it take you to complete it?" As he said that, he didn't hesitate and directly handed 2 pieces of gold foil to Master Jingxin. They were simple and elegant, and they were of extraordinary quality. As expected of Taoist North Ming. "You're really generous." Monk Calm Heart was shocked. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Then, he impatiently sent his divine sense into the gold foil that recorded the 9 Revolutions Astral Spiritualization Formation and the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation. A trace of obsession and fanaticism flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a long breath and exclaimed, "As expected of an ancient formation. Regardless of whether it's the 9 Revolutions Astral Spiritualization Formation or the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation, the formation ideas, formation methods, and refinement methods of the formation foundations are all too exquisite. Compared to this, the so-called 9 Revolutions Astral Spiritualization Formation that Master One Yuan set up back then is too inferior. The deficiency is also very serious. As for the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation, it's even more exquisite. Although it's said to be an advanced 5th grade formation, there's a feeling that it's incomplete. Most importantly, the 2 formations are very compatible with each other and have the effect of complementing each other. When combined, it's definitely not weaker than a 6th grade formation. No wonder it had such a great reputation in ancient times. Its power is really tyrannical and terrifying. Then, I wonder how long it'll take for Monk Calm Heart to set it up? Ziyue could not help but ask. 30 years. If the materials are complete, I'll only need 30 years to set it up completely. In fact, most of the time will be spent on refining the formation foundations. The 2 formations have a total of over 123,600 formation foundations. Even if I add up all my savings over the years, it's still very far from enough. Besides, this formation is an advanced 5th grade formation after all. The method of setting it up is amazing and mysterious. There's a lot to figure out. As he said that, he sighed with emotion. However, Ziyue could not help but frown slightly. 30 years. That would take far too long. To him, 3 to 5 years was already considered a long time, let alone 30 years. What if I just set up the 9 extremes star spiritualization formation first? Ziyue asked for the second best. Compared to the 9 extremes mountain guarding formation, the 9 rotation star spiritualization formation is simpler and requires less formation foundations. According to my estimation, it'll only take 10 years to set it up. In setting up a formation, more time is actually spent on refining the formation foundations. Each formation foundation has different functions, such as guiding spirit, stabilizing the mountain, or balancing the earth vein chi. They're all very different, so the refining methods are also different. After all, I'm only one person. If I can invite some friends to join me, it'll be faster. Monk Calm Heart could see Ziyue's dissatisfaction. He was afraid that he would lose this opportunity, so he hurriedly said with a pained expression, if possible, he naturally hoped that he could set up the 2 formations completely by himself. This was because, in this way, his formation skills would definitely increase tremendously. He would almost certainly become a 5th-grade formation master. Unfortunately, other than that, how can I set up the formations faster? Ziyue still felt dissatisfied and asked, if that's the case, I'll have to ask a formation master for help. A formation master is a 5th-grade formation master. Regardless of whether it's in terms of formation knowledge or the speed of refining formation foundations, they're all far superior to me. With such a person's help, it won't be difficult to reduce the time needed to set up the formations to 10 years. If it's just the 9 rotation star spiritualization formation, it'll take about 2 to 3 years, or even less, to set it up. Master Calm Heart felt a little bitter. He knew that in this way, Taoist North Ming would definitely choose a 5th-grade formation master to set up the 2 formations. He also believed that even a 5th-grade formation master would not be able to resist the temptation of 2 5th-grade formations. Moreover, they were ancient formations like the 9 rotation star spiritualization formation and the 9 extremes mountain guarding formation, and he would become redundant. A 5th-grade formation master? Ziyue pondered for a while, but soon shook his head. He knew that in the entire firmament territory, there were only 3 5th-grade formation masters. 1 belonged to the Celestial Spirit sect, 1 belonged to the Nature sect, and the last one was from the Innumerable Mountains. The formation master from the Innumerable Mountains was a rare formation master of the Demon Clan. Considering his conflict with the Celestial Spirit sect and the relationship between the Celestial Spirit sect and the Nature sect, he naturally could not go to them and ask for their formation master's help. As for the formation master of the Demon Clan in the Innumerable Mountains, in the immortal spell world, there was no precedent of a human expert agreeing to help. Naturally, he would not ask for a rebuff. Okay, let's sign the cooperation agreement. Give me a detailed list of the materials needed, and I'll prepare them. Also, as for the reward, Ziyue pondered and said straightforwardly, what? Monk Calm Heart was shocked and then overjoyed. He excitedly interrupted, I don't need any reward. It's already a great fortune to have the opportunity to participate in setting up the 9 rotation stars spiritualization formation and the 9 extremes mountain guarding formation. How can I ask for a reward? As long as you don't give the position of being in charge of setting up the formation to someone else, I'll be fine. He did not expect Taoist North Ming to choose him after he had suggested to find a formation master to help him. This unexpected surprise made him very excited. One had to know that as an advanced 4th-grade array master, he yearned for this opportunity very much, because this means he will become a 5th realm array grandmaster with this. Naturally, he wanted to attach himself to it and did not want to give the leading position to someone else. Haha, it's natural for me to pay you for helping me. You don't have to be too hesitant, Monk Calm Heart. It just so happens that I have a formation inheritance, the Dawei Formation Codex. It's a formation inheritance that can lead one to an advanced 5th-grade formation master. I think it will be useful for your formation cultivation. Just take it as an early deposit for Sir. Ziyue waved his hand and said calmly, "The Dawei Formation Codex?" Monk Calmheart's eyes widened in disbelief. As an advanced Grade 4 array master, he naturally knew of the Great Sylvan Array Codex. He knew that it was a top-tier array Dao inheritance created by an array Dao Grandmaster 10,000 years ago. It was a supreme inheritance for array masters and was 10 times, no, 100 times better than the one he was currently cultivating. He did not expect that Ziyue would give him such a precious inheritance so casually. If it had been any other formation inheritance, he would have delayed it. However, the Dawei Formation Codex was too precious and too tempting for him to refuse. Thus, he had no choice but to accept it solemnly after swearing a heartfelt oath. Walking out of the meditation residence, Ziyue could not help but frown. The 9 Revolutions Star Spiritualization Formation and the 9 Extremes Mountain Guarding Formation were part of his plan to establish the sect. He had thought that he would be able to set them up quickly with the guidance of the formation diagrams, but Monk Calmheart had told him that it would take 30 years. 30 years is too long. 3 years was an acceptable time. It's a pity that formation masters can only be found in the Heavenly Spirit sect, the Myriad Phenomenon sect, and the 100,000 Mountains. It's a little inconvenient. Now, I can only see how capable Monk Calmheart is. I hope he can become a 5th grade formation master as soon as possible. Ziyue sighed as he thought about it. The Dawei Formation Codex was a formation inheritance that was comparable to the inheritance of a supreme realm expert. Under normal circumstances, he would not have given it away so casually. He had given it to Monk Calmheart only to rope him in. If it was possible in the future, Monk Calmheart might join his Dark North sect. He believed that Monk Calmheart would be tempted by the many inheritances and foundations he had left behind in the Dark North sect. However, I'm sure that a formation master like Monk Calmheart would value the improvement of his formation skills the most. It seems that I need to improve my formation skills as well. An advanced 5th grade formation master should be enough to make him respect me, right? Ziyue could not help but reveal an unfathomable expression. To others, it might be extremely difficult to improve one's formation skills. It would require monstrous achievements and hundreds or thousands of years of tireless exploration. However, to him, he only needed to learn the basics of the Dawei Formation Codex. Chapter 781. Once he had mastered the Great River Array Codex, he could use the attribute panel to upgrade it to the perfection level. At that time, he would naturally be able to improve his array formation skills to the level of an advanced 5th grade array formation master. With such strength, he could help to set up arrays and refine the array foundation, greatly increasing the speed of setting up arrays and shortening the time needed to set up arrays. Master Jingxin would also be in awe and admiration of him. At that time, he would take the opportunity to ask Master Calmheart to join his North Nether sect. It would not be difficult for Master Calmheart to join him. This would increase the possibility of her joining his North Nether sect and becoming an array elder. There's no hurry to cultivate the Great River Array Codex. Since Fan Qingyu is already in the Black Wind Market, there's no harm in meeting her. Ziyue could not help but feel some anticipation. It had been a few years since they last parted. Now that he heard news of his old acquaintance again, even though he was usually calm, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. It was not difficult to find out where Fan Qingyu was. After all, the Black Wind Market was still in its early stages. Countless cultivators gathered and built their own residences. Naturally, the Celestial Spirit sect was among them and had chosen a place to set up their encampment. And Fan Qingyu was in the Celestial Spirit sect's encampment, the Celestial Spirit Palace. Strolling forward, Ziyue soon came to a continuous building. It was the encampment set up by the Celestial Spirit sect again. At the entrance of the encampment, there were 2 cultivators standing guard. Both of them were wearing the Celestial Spirit sect's Taoist robes. Their aura was fierce, and their eyes were sharp. Unexpectedly, they were in the divine realm. Although they were only in the early stage of the divine realm, with such strength guarding the entrance. One could imagine the strength of the celestial spirit sect in this temporary encampment. At the entrance, there were also many cultivators of different shapes and sizes. These cultivators had different strengths. The weakest of them was only in the aperture awakening realm, while the stronger ones were in the peak divine realm. One or two of them were even in the golden core realm. They gathered at the entrance and looked at the depths of the celestial spirit palace as if they were waiting for something. Fan Qingyu of the celestial spirit sect is definitely the most beautiful fairy in the entire world of immortal spells. Peerless in her generation, incomparably gorgeous. Most importantly, she was born with the great Tao. She has the beauty of the great Tao. Staying by her side, or even just admiring her beauty, will allow one to see the essence of the great Tao. One will be able to comprehend it and break through to the next level. Indeed, I only caught a glimpse of it at that time, and I actually inexplicably fell into a special state of enlightenment. The circulation of my origin energy abruptly increased by a great deal, and the improvement of my strength was obvious. It's rare for Fairy Fan to appear in Blackwind Canyon, so it's definitely worth the trip to see her face again. Unfortunately, Fairy Fan has always stayed within the Heavenly Spirit sect and rarely left. Otherwise, he would be even more famous. Even so, it was said that Situ Zheng, who was about to undergo his tribulation, was very fond of her and had visited the celestial spirit sect's little clear rain pavilion many times. Alright, there's also Lu Wanshu of the exalted immortal sect, who was crowned king a long time ago. He's also a genius of his generation, and he's also pursuing Fairy Fan relentlessly. I just don't know who Fairy Fan will choose. Both of them are among the top geniuses of the Firmament Territory's younger generation. It seems that Situ Zheng's potential is greater, and his future achievements will be even more astounding. Lu Wanshu, on the other hand, is peerlessly handsome and elegant. He's one of the most handsome men in the world of immortal methods, and countless fairies have fallen in love with him. With his king-level strength, it's hard to say whether Fairy Fan will be moved by him. A series of discussions could be heard from the crowd. Zuf frowned when he heard this. When he thought about it, it made sense. Given Fan Qingyu's talent, strength, and peerless beauty, it was perfectly normal for her to have suitors. Although he'd vaguely sensed a trace of her feelings back in the ancient Desolation City, he wasn't sure what had changed after so many years. Moreover, her experiences and environment were vastly different, so he wasn't sure what had changed. Therefore, although he was slightly displeased, he didn't take it to heart. He walked up to the gates of the Celestial Spirit Palace and cupped his hands slightly at the two gatekeepers. "May I ask if Fairy Fan of your esteemed sect is in her residence?" The two gatekeepers narrowed their eyes, and their gazes instantly sharpened. Not far away, the group of gathered cultivators had long noticed Ziyue's approach, and gloating expressions immediately appeared on their faces. They had all come to seek an audience with Fan Qingyu of the Celestial Spirit sect, but they were all driven away without hesitation. They couldn't even take a step into the Celestial Spirit Palace, let alone see Fairy Fan's true appearance. It was only because they were unwilling that they lingered around and didn't leave. Although the young man in front of them was handsome and had a faint otherworldly aura, it was almost impossible for the two gatekeepers to let him in and see Fan Qingyu. "May I know Senior's name?" The two gatekeepers sized up Ziyue and felt that his aura was unusual. They were a little more cautious and asked again. Although they were disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect, they naturally had a trace of respect for high-level cultivators who had reached the Golden Core realm. Just say that an old friend of mine from the eastern city of the ancient Barren region wants to see her. She will know who I am. Ziyue pondered for a moment and said indifferently. The two of them couldn't help but hesitate, but they understood that this Golden Core realm senior was from the ancient Barren region, known as the land of immortal spell barons, and seemed to be old friends with Fairy Fan. The others were also surprised. Could it be that this person really knew Fairy Fan? Everyone knows that Qingyu was born in the ancient Barren region. She's not someone you can meet just by making up a few words. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Then, A handsome young man, who looked like a fine young master in a chaotic world, approached from afar. His aura was thick and deep like the sea, and there was a sharp aura exuding from him, as if a special aura was about to be emitted at any moment. There were also two cultivators beside him. Their faces were relatively ordinary, but their cultivation wasn't weak. They were late golden core realm cultivators, and they wore the robes of the celestial spirit sect's true disciples. The two cultivators guarding the gate were shocked when they saw this. They hurriedly greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu Heng, Senior Brother Chung Sun, and Young Master Lu. It's Lu Wenshu of the Exalted Immortal Sect. I didn't expect him to be here. Of course, he's been relentlessly pursuing Fairy Fan lately. Now that she's here, it's only natural for him to follow." In the distance, a few cultivators communicated telepathically with each other, sizing up the situation with great interest. When Ziyue had broken through the shackles of his golden core, he'd instinctively grasped the combat art of listening. Even when cultivators communicated telepathically, as long as their cultivation didn't exceed his, he could hear them clearly. That was how he'd learned of the young man's identity. Don't let just anyone in. Xingyu hasn't been in a good mood lately. If you upset her and she blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Immediately after, the cultivator named Lu Heng, who was beside Lu Wenshu, looked at by Ziyue in disdain. If this person really is on good terms with junior sister Qingyu, he'll naturally have her message talisman. Why would he need to report through you? Immediately after, Senior Brother Ching Sun followed up and said casually, "Understood." The two of them were shocked when they heard this, and they hurriedly replied, "Let's go." Lu Wenshu smiled in satisfaction and called out to Lu Heng and Chung Sun before heading into the Celestial Spirit Palace. Ziyue frowned and spoke again. "I think it's better if you report." The two hesitated, but shook their heads resolutely. Perhaps Ziyue really was on good terms with Fairy Fan, but since their senior brothers had spoken frankly, they didn't dare go against their word even if they believed him. The disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect had a strict hierarchy, and strength was everything. Although their seniority was the same as Lu Heng and Chung Sun's, there was a huge gap between their strength and cultivation. They didn't dare to go against what the two of them said in the slightest. Otherwise, if they were to be blamed, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility, and their fates would be extremely miserable. "I didn't expect it to be so troublesome when we meet again." Ziyue shook his head and smiled. He didn't harp on it and turned to leave. If he really wanted to meet her, it wasn't impossible. As long as he caused a commotion, Fan Xingyu would naturally come out to meet him. But that wasn't necessary. After all, he still had a grudge with the Celestial Spirit sect. Causing a commotion would only lead to conflict. He could vaguely sense the aura of no less than two primordial soul realm experts in the Celestial Spirit Palace. In fact, if it was just two primordial soul realm experts, as long as they weren't at the pinnacle of the primordial soul realm, he wouldn't be too afraid. But if this put Fan Xingyu in a dilemma, that was definitely not what he wanted. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he wasn't in a hurry. Hence, his figure quickly disappeared around the corner again, leaving behind the group of cultivators who all had mocking smiles on their faces. At this moment, a beautiful female cultivator dressed in red walked over. Seeing this, the two cultivators who were guarding the door hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Sister Hongxiu. What's the matter with that person just now?" Lu Hongxiu looked in the direction that Ziyue had left and couldn't help but ask. "It's like this. That person just now claimed to be Senior Sister Fan Xingyu's old acquaintance from the East City County of the ancient Barren region. We didn't dare to let him in, so he left on his own." Hearing this, the two cultivators didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told her what had happened in full detail. "I see." Hearing this, Lu Hongxiu couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. She didn't expect that person to be from the ancient Barren region. However, although she was surprised, she didn't say much and turned to step into the Celestial Spirit Palace. Not long after, she appeared in front of a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Lu Wenshu, Lu Heng, and Chung Sun, who had appeared outside the door, were also pacing back and forth. Not long after, a female cultivator walked out and directly said, "Senior brothers, I'm sorry. Senior sister Fan is cultivating in seclusion and can't see any guests. It's fine, we'll just wait here. When she's in a good mood, please let us know." Hearing this, Lu Wenshu hurriedly said with a smile. In fact, he was a little anxious in his heart. After a period of interaction, he realized that Fan Qingyu wasn't as easy to get close to as he thought. Thinking back to his master's instructions, there was only one day left before Situ Zhang's heavenly tribulation. He felt very helpless. However, in the Celestial Spirit Palace, with Luo Hua fairy guarding, he didn't dare to act rashly. This was because he would really die. There were a few times when he felt a cold aura sweep across his body. Obviously, Fairy Luo Hua valued Fan Qingyu, her precious disciple, very much. Although Lu Hong and Cheng Sun were both from the Celestial Spirit sect, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. They knew Luo Hua Fairy's reputation and were very respectful, so naturally, they didn't dare to be presumptuous in her territory. Even if this was only a temporary residence of the other party, once they disturbed the other party, they had no doubt that the other party's punishment would definitely leave a deep impression on them. "Senior sister Hongxiu." The female cultivator nodded and looked at Lu Hongxiu. She hurriedly greeted her. "Is junior sister Qingyu here?" Lu Hongxiu asked with a smile. "Yes. Senior sister Fan has already said that you belong to the same place as her, and we're from the same sect in the early days. You can go in and see her at any time." The female cultivator hurriedly replied. She knew that Lu Hongxiu and Fan Qingyu were both from the ancient desolate region. Coincidentally, they were both disciples of the ancient desolate region's Jiuhua Immortal Palace. However, one of them had only joined the Celestial Spirit sect a few years ago, while the other had joined the sect more than 100 years ago. Although they called each other senior sister and junior sister in the Celestial Spirit sect, they were actually several generations apart in the Jiuhua Immortal Palace. However, it was also because of this that the relationship between the two of them seemed to have become closer. They also interacted more closely with each other. Lu Hongxiu nodded with a smile. She didn't forget to greet Lu Wenshu, Lu Hong, and Cheng Sun before stepping into the pavilion. "Junior sister Qingyu, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, not only have you become more beautiful than before, but even your cultivation has improved. It seems that it won't be long before you can break through and reach the Golden Core realm." Lu Hongxiu entered the pavilion and saw Fan Qingyu sitting quietly on a futon. Her eyes lit up with admiration as she spoke with a smile. Even she couldn't feel jealous of Fan Qingyu's beauty. She was simply too beautiful and too compatible with the great Tao. It was a kind of otherworldly beauty. Every move of hers seemed to manifest the great Tao. "Senior sister, you're here." Fan Qingyu greeted her with a smile. As for his own cultivation, he avoided talking about it at all. She knew her own situation. Although she wasn't far from the core formation realm, she still lacked some accumulation. It was unwise to rashly form her core. However, when she thought of her younger sister and that figure, she felt a sense of urgency. She wanted to step on the path back to the ancient desolate region as soon as possible. Chapter 782. After watching the heavenly tribulation, I must form my gold core. Otherwise, with my sister's character, she will definitely take the risk to form her gold core before me. With my current accumulation and foundation, I am confident that I can form a first-grade golden core. But for my sister, she can only form a second-grade golden core. With her talent and potential, it will be a pity if she can only form a second-grade golden core. Fan Qingyu's thoughts spun, and her eyes, which were as beautiful as stars, were filled with determination. She did not want her sister to take the risk. Knowing Fan Qingyu's character, she had already decided to form her gold core soon. Although she had also thought about the extreme violet golden pill that her master had mentioned with her talent and the help of the many treasures of the Celestial Spirit sect, the extreme violet golden pill might be difficult, but it was not impossible. However, a first-grade golden core is enough. In the immortal spell world, the violet golden core is rare. There may not even be one in hundreds of years. A first-grade golden core is the mainstream. Even so, she still felt a little disappointed. Junior sister's talent is really enviable. Lu Hongxiu sighed. She had cultivated for more than 100 years and was only at the early stage of the golden core realm. Compared to Fan Qingyu, she was far behind. In terms of seniority, in the Jiuhua immortal sect of the ancient Baron realm, she could be considered as Fan Qingyu's ancestor, and she believed that her talent was not bad. After all, she had been selected by the Celestial Spirit sect and taken away from the ancient Baron realm. She was one of the most talented people in the past 30 years. By the way, when we were at the gatekeeper said that there was a person who claimed to be your old friend and wanted to see you. But because of Lu Wenhua, Lu Hong, and senior brother Ching Sun, he was stopped. Then, Lu Hongxiu seemed to think of something and continued. By the way, it is said that he is also from the ancient Baron realm. Old friend? From the ancient Baron realm? Who is it? Fan Qingyu could not help but ask in confusion. According to the gatekeeper, that person did not report his identity. He only said that he was your old friend from the eastern city county of the ancient Baron realm. Is he one of the disciples who joined the Celestial Spirit sect with you? But that can't be. If he is also from the Celestial Spirit sect, there is no need for the gatekeeper to report. Or were they cultivators who had entered the firmament territory from the ancient Baron realm through other means? Over the years, there has been no shortage of cultivators like this. However, due to the lack of resources, their achievements are limited. That person's cultivation is not weak. He has definitely reached the golden core stage and is even stronger than me. He can be considered a strong cultivator. As Lu Hongxiu explained, she was also guessing. Fan Qingyu had only come to the firmament territory a few years ago. She was very clear about the environment of the ancient desolate region. Divine realm cultivators could be considered as experts. The strongest of them was only at the middle divine realm. However, that person said that he and Fan Qingyu were old acquaintances of the ancient desolate region. It was obvious that they knew each other from the ancient desolate region. If that person was really from the ancient desolate region, logically speaking, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach such a cultivation level in such a short period of time. Or was there a hidden golden elixir realm expert in the ancient Baron region? East City, County City of the ancient Baron region. Fan Qingyu's body shook. She stood up and said excitedly, "Are you telling the truth? Where is he? Outside the door?" As she spoke, she moved and immediately rushed out of the door. Is it him? Is it him? Yes, it must be him. He is the only one. The barrier between the ancient desolate region and the firmament territory may be extremely difficult for others. It may take a lot of effort to cross it. However, it is definitely not a problem for him. Moreover, the East City County City of the ancient desolate region was the first destination that I went to with him. Along the way, it was he who protected me and safely arrived at the East City County City. Fan Qingyu's mind was full of thoughts. She thought of the past and was extremely excited. In her heart, she had been guessing, anticipating, and imagining the moment when she would meet Ziyue again. She had always believed that he would definitely be able to walk out of the ancient desolate region and set foot in the firmament territory. However, there had been no news of him for many years. Moreover, she had learned from the Celestial Spirit sect about the reason for the changes in the ancient desolate region and the dangers of entering and leaving. She also understood that it was really difficult to enter and leave that place. Gradually, she became desperate. It was also because of this that he planned to return to the ancient desolate region when he stepped into the Golden Core realm and lure the other party out. Even though she was very clear that she would be in great danger if she rashly went forward, she would still have a slim chance of survival. However, at this moment, when she heard the news from her senior sister, the surprise in her heart was really indescribable. She was also a little scared that it was not him who came. All of this was just an illusion. Hey, wait, he has already left. Seeing this, Lu Hongxiu hurriedly shouted. However, how could she stop Fan Qingyu, who was already in a state of shock? Qingyu, you are out. Lu Wenshu and the others, who were waiting at the door, saw this and their eyes lit up. They hurriedly went forward. However, Fan Qingyu ignored them and directly flew past them. Soon, she arrived at the door of the Celestial Spirit Palace. Looking around, she could not see the figure of the person she had been looking forward to so much. She hurriedly looked at the two cultivators guarding the door and said in a clear and cold voice, "What does the cultivator who just came look like? Where did he go? Tell me quickly." The two cultivators guarding the door sensed Fan Qingyu's arrival. They were still in a daze, but when they heard her cold voice, they immediately realized that they were in trouble. That person was indeed Senior Sister Fan's old friend. Furthermore, judging from her anxious expression, they must have a close relationship. Although they were terrified, they did not dare to delay and hurriedly explained, "I'll deal with you later." Saying this, Fan Qingyu's figure moved and quickly chased in the direction Ziyue had disappeared. Gasp! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did Fairy Fan really appear just now? At the scene, apart from the two cultivators guarding the door, the group of cultivators who had been wandering around nearby did not leave. At this moment, when they suddenly saw the extremely beautiful figure, they all widened their eyes and showed a mesmerized expression. They only collected their thoughts after the other party left and spoke with astonishment. "That's right, it's Fairy Fan. I didn't expect her to really show up. Moreover, her elegance is even better than before. Every move of hers seems to be a manifestation of Tao laws. She's so beautiful. However, looking at her in a hurry, she seems to be chasing after someone. I vaguely heard that she was asking about the identity of that person. Does that person really have a close relationship with her? And a close relationship? How would I know that their relationship is close? You inexperienced people don't know about relationships." Fan Qingyu's eyes and expression are incomparably clear. That person is not just familiar with her. Doesn't that mean that Situ Zheng and Lu Wenshu have no chance? Not necessarily. After all, Fan Qingyu is only at the God Realm. Her strength and confidence are not enough to disobey the orders of the elders of the sect. If her master, or even the sect master of the Celestial Spirit sect, forced her to make a choice, she can't do anything. I heard that after Situ Zheng succeeds in this tribulation, he will use his great power to propose a marriage alliance to the Celestial Spirit sect. Although the Celestial Spirit sect has countless fairies, only Fairy Fan can move Situ Zheng's heart. It's easy to imagine the marriage partner. As the group discussed animatedly, there was a look of pity in their eyes. Although they did not necessarily have any improper thoughts, they could not bear to see a fairy fall into the mortal world and marry someone else because of the collusion of forces. Even if the marriage partner was a hero of the age, the young leader, his future potential and achievements would be incomparably amazing. Tomorrow is the day that Situ Zheng will officially undergo the tribulation. I'm looking forward to seeing what will happen when a violet golden core cultivator goes through the tribulation. Ziyue returned to the nameless barren mountain and quickly put the regret of not being able to see Fan Qingyu to the back of his mind. A trace of anticipation appeared on his face. When he formed his core, he condensed the violet golden core. Moreover, it was a perfect violet golden core, which had an extremely profound foundation. Although he was at least 80% confident about the tribulation, he still wanted to see what would happen when Situ Zheng, who was also a violet golden core cultivator, went through the tribulation. However, it's obvious that Situ Zheng's tribulation this time will not be too smooth. Even if he succeeds in the tribulation, he will definitely be ambushed and killed. It's fine if he can pass it safely, but if he can't, he will die and his Tao will disappear. Thinking of this, Ziyue could not help but frown slightly. Previously, when the Mount Master of Mount Qingxian personally invited him, he had already sensed that Situ Zheng's tribulation this time was definitely not ordinary. There must be a deep mystery hidden within. And this time, when he went to Black Wind Market, with his sharp senses and the mystery of the listening divine power, he had actually discovered many secrets. He knew that this time, there would be at least 5 groups of people who would take action. These people were limited by their strength and might not dare to directly charge into the place of the tribulation. However, it would not be difficult for them to cause chaos. However, the nature sect and the celestial spirit sect are not easy to deal with. With their grasp of information, those small forces that are jumping around on the surface will definitely not be able to escape their eyes. It seems that the night before Situ Zhang's tribulation this time will not be peaceful. There will definitely be a lot of killing. Zhue muttered and activated the listening divine power. In an instant, the entire world within a radius of 1,000 miles, all sounds seemed to have nowhere to hide as they rang in his ears. As expected, the nature sect and the celestial spirit sect have already taken action. They are uprooting the strongholds of a few relatively obvious enemy forces. His eyes moved slightly. Zhue could already hear the sound of sofas from afar. However, Ouyangming was not moved. Instead, he looked at his attribute panel. Soon, in less than 2 days, the attribute panel will be upgraded. I believe that with the upgrade of the attribute panel, the massive amount of spiritual energy stored in it will definitely allow my various techniques to be upgraded. When that time comes, my strength will definitely improve greatly. I just don't know what kind of changes will occur when the attribute panel is upgraded this time. Zhue's emotions were somewhat agitated. He was looking forward to it. Even without the attribute panel, his strength was definitely not weak. His techniques were extraordinary and were not inferior to those in the advanced stage of the primordial soul realm. However, there was no need to doubt the usefulness of the attribute panel to him. If he had the attribute panel, it would be enough to increase his life-saving techniques by several levels. Then, Zhue quickly collected his thoughts and focused his attention on cultivation again. He was only one step away from mastering the primordial soul attack technique, the 9 lightning, god-destroying seal. He naturally had to pay more attention to it and hoped that he could officially master it before the attribute panel was upgraded. In addition, considering the matter of recruiting Master Meditation Heart, he also had to divide his attention and carefully study the Great Valley Array Codex once again in order to master it as soon as possible. Fortunately, he had sufficient knowledge in the field of array formations. With the help of the Law Cultivation Room, he was confident that he would be able to master it in a short period of time. Compared to the heart-like sword technique, the 1,000 miles in a breath technique, the 9 lightning, god-destroying seal, these supreme Tao techniques, the Great Valley Array Codex was relatively simple at the mastery stage. At least in his opinion, it was so simple. A slightly noisy night passed. Countless people impatiently walked out of their respective cultivation grounds and the Black Wind Market. All of them headed towards the center of the Black Wind Canyon and gathered there. The Black Wind Canyon was called a canyon. In fact, it was extremely spacious, especially in the center, where it was a flat land with a radius of 100 miles. However, there were many strange rocks and sparse vegetation. Moreover, from time to time, a gust of strange black wind would emerge from the ground or the void, making it famous. In the center of the Black Wind Canyon, the 1,000 Elephant sect had already set up a wide tribulation transcendence platform. Around the platform, there were many formation flags and experts of the 1,000 Elephant sect guarding it. On the tribulation transcendence platform, there was a young cultivator in a white robe. He had a mature face and a calm temperament, and he was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to have been cultivating on the platform for a long time. His clothes were still stained with dew, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a real immortal who had descended to the mortal world. Is this Situ Zhang, known as the #1 genius of the Firmament Territory's younger generation? He is indeed extraordinary. As expected, the myriad phenomenon sect values Situ Zhang greatly. Look at the cultivators guarding the platform. Even the weakest one is at the peak of the golden elixir realm. Also, look at those people. Their auras are as vast as the abyss. Just a trace of their aura is enough to topple a mountain and change the weather. They are definitely experts at the primordial spirit realm, especially that old man. His eyebrows are 3 feet long, and his eyes are like stars. He is the 1,000 Elephant sect's great elder, Zhuge Yin. Zhuge Yin? He is one of the few experts of the 1,000 Elephant sect. It is said that he has reached the peak of the primordial spirit realm. His combat strength is only below that of the supreme realm experts. No wonder Situ Zheng dares to go through the Tribulation Transcendence platform in public. It is because he is guarded by such an expert. With great elder Zhuge Yin here, how would ordinary people dare to act rashly and affect Situ Zheng's Tribulation Transcendence platform? Do they want to die faster? As the crowd increased, the sound of discussion was endless. Everyone was looking at the Tribulation Transcendence platform in the center and the experts of the Thousand Elephant sect around it. Chapter 783. That's not all. Do you see those two over there? They're the third elder Hao Fugui and the fourth elder Wan Hong of the Wanxiang sect. These two are also top powerhouses in the advanced stage of the primordial soul realm. This time, the Wanxiang sect may not be in full strength, but at least half of their powerhouses are here. I wonder if the sect leader of the Wanxiang sect, Situ Wu, the legendary Supreme State powerhouse, is here too. Will Situ Zheng's master, the Cloudy Mist Old Monster, be here too? Ziwei was among the crowd. He was also looking at the Tribulation Transcendence platform and the cultivators around him. His face showed a hint of caution. The Wanxiang sect had as many as 5 primordial soul realm powerhouses on the surface. Among them, Zhuge Yin, Hao Fugui, and Wan Hong were all considered powerhouses in the primordial soul realm. There were also dozens of Golden Core realm cultivators guarding the perimeter. With the help of the formation, it would be a solid defense. Thinking of the invitation from the Mount Qingxian Mountain Master, Ziwei could not help but shake his head. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he did not agree. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. Moreover, these are only the powerhouses that the Wanxiang sect has shown on the surface. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, they must be secretly prepared. Ziwei's mind was clear. He found a place that was neither too far nor too close to the tribulation, where he could watch the Tribulation Transcendence platform clearly and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, as time passed, powerhouses from all over the place arrived. Isn't that perfected cultivator Wu Zhen of the Wanxiang sect? He's here too. Wu Zhen is the most talented disciple in the Wanxiang sect other than Situ Zheng. If not for Situ Zheng's reputation, he would definitely have the potential to compete for the position of the sect leader of the Wanxiang sect. The previous first senior brother of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Lord Ast, is here too. He became famous much earlier than Situ Zheng and perfected cultivator Wu Zhen. More than 30 years ago, he reached the peak of the Golden Core realm and broke all the shackles of the Golden Core realm. But for some reason, he did not undergo the Tribulation Transcendence. Rumor has it that he delayed his time to cultivate the Heavenly Spirit divine technique, the highest inheritance of the Heavenly Spirit sect. I believe that once he succeeds in cultivating it, he will soar to the top. The Golden Buddha sect's Zen Master Daiwa is here too. Zen Master Daiha was the first senior brother of the Golden Buddha sect. It was said that he had sparred with Situ Zheng and had only suffered minor injuries. Although he has the great diamond body of the Golden Buddha sect and has unparalleled defense, his strength is definitely at the first tier of the Golden Elixir realm. That's right. As of now, there are less than 10 known people at the first step of the Golden Core realm. Even titled emperors might not be able to reach this level. Among the known experts in the firmament territory, only Situ Zheng, Lord Ast, Wu Zhen, Zen Master Daiwa, and Taoist Ling Ma, a veteran expert in the Gold Core realm, were at this level. The other emperors are at most in the second tier. Situ Zheng's heavenly tribulation had attracted almost all the Gold Core realm experts in the firmament territory. All kinds of rare, top cultivators and geniuses could be seen almost everywhere. It was an eye-opener for many people. Even Ziwei had gained some understanding of many experts from the discussions of the people around him. Liu Yinfeng of the Five Grain Mountain is here. Shintai of the Xianyuan Sword Sect is here too. The sect leader of the Heavenly Mystery Sect is here with a group of disciples. The Exalted Immortal Sect has 3 Primordial Soul Realm experts leading the team and dozens of Golden Core Realm experts. Liu Yuan of the Jinghong Sect, Zhou Wei of the Great Zhou Empire, and Yuan City Lord of the Mammoth Immortal City are all here too. Cultivators arrived one after another, causing the entire place to become somewhat noisy. Fairy Luo Hua, the celestial spirit sect, is here with several disciples. Fan Qingyu, the peerless genius whose every move is said to be imbued with the beauty of the great Tao, is also among them. Lu Wenshu of the exalted immortal sect is also behind them. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn towards a certain direction when a voice called out. Fairy Luo Hua held a very special position in the celestial spirit sect. She was the sister of the sect leader, and not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also a late-stage primordial soul realm cultivator. However, what attracted everyone's attention the most was the woman behind Luo Hua Fairy. Even though she used a purple handkerchief to cover her face, her every movement contained the rules of the Great Way. She had the aura of the Great Way. Fan Qingyu, Fan Qingyu. Lu Wenshu, on the other hand, was exceedingly handsome and one of the top youths in the world of immortal spells. He was the true disciple of the exalted immortal sect leader, but he seemed dull and unremarkable. It's her. She's here as expected. Ziyue shuddered when he saw the figure from afar. Even if her temperament had changed and her physique had undergone a metamorphosis, she was still vastly different. However, her eyes and the faintly discernible aura she exuded gave him a sense of familiarity. Fan Qingyu seemed to be in a daze. Her gaze swept the surroundings from time to time, as if searching for something. Qingyu, Qingyu. Noticing Fan Qingyu's strange behavior, Fairy Luo Hua's voice gradually rose. Ah, master? Fan Qingyu froze, then hurried to greet her master respectfully. Come with me. This is the best place to watch the ceremony. Just stand by my side and don't move. There shouldn't be any danger during the tribulation, but it's hard to say what will happen after. Fairy Luo Hua led her to a viewing platform. This observation platform was also newly built, and it was specially built for cultivators to watch the tribulation transcendence. Almost all of the sects and forces had built their own viewing platforms in the vicinity. As one of the top superpowers in the firmament territory, the Celestial Spirit sect's viewing platform was spacious and filled with many of its experts. Yes, Fan Qingyu answered hurriedly and carefully stood behind her master. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings from time to time. Her heart had been in a mess since yesterday, when she'd heard the news about her old friend. If it hadn't been for her senior sister's warning, the old friend would most likely appear during Situ Zhang's tribulation. She would have searched outside for the whole night. Now that she was here, she began to search almost immediately. Light flashed in her eyes as she spied on the figures around her. Suddenly, her body shook violently, and her eyes flashed with a strange light. Found him. Her face was immediately filled with joy. Just as she was about to step forward, a soft shout was suddenly heard. Everyone on the tribulation platform, Situ Zhang, who had been meditating for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Seniors, thank you for coming to Black Wind Canyon to watch the ceremony. This time, I will do my best to pass the tribulation so that you can see in detail the heavenly tribulation and the power of the heavenly spirit. If you can learn something from this and increase your chances of success during your tribulations, then I will be very honored and happy for you." You're welcome. Young Master Situ is the only one in the world who is so generous. We should be grateful for coming to watch the ceremony. I only hope that young Master Situ can pass the tribulation successfully and be even more impressive than before. As soon as his words left his mouth, many voices were swiftly heard. The tribulation is about to begin. Don't move. Fan Qingyu's strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of her master, Fairy Luo Hua. She shouted and followed Fan Qingyu's gaze. Soon, she saw a young-looking cultivator. That cultivator was extraordinarily handsome, and his aura was faintly discernible. If one didn't pay attention, it would be easy to miss him. Peak Golden Core? His cultivation is not weak. Do you know that person? She asked casually. No, I don't know him. Fan Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the grudge between that person and the Heavenly Spirit sect, and subconsciously hid it. However, she didn't dare to act rashly anymore. She knew the heavenly spirit sect's strength and style of doing things. What Ziwa did in the ancient barren region was too crazy. At that time, it had angered many experts in the heavenly spirit sect. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient barren region was far away and difficult to travel, there would have been experts from the heavenly spirit sect crossing over to intercept and kill him. Now, several years had passed. Although she had used some means to suppress this matter, and it had calmed down a little, and no one was pursuing it, once Ziwa's identity was exposed, it would inevitably cause great waves. I can only wait. After Situ Zheng finishes his tribulation, I will go and meet him. Mount Ziwa, you must wait for me. Fan Qingyu's emotions changed violently. She forced herself to look away and landed on the tribulation platform. On the Tribulation Transcendence platform, Situ Zheng seemed to have been looking in her direction. When he saw her looking over, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It's him. Fan Qingyu's feelings towards him are indeed very different. At the side, Lu Wenshu also saw Bai Ziyue's figure in the distance. He recalled that Bai Ziyue was the cultivator he'd met at the entrance of the Heavenly Spirit Palace yesterday, who claimed to be an old acquaintance of Fan Qingyu. His expression instantly became unsightly. All right, it's about time. The tribulation has officially begun. Situ Zheng was slightly disappointed that he didn't get a response from Fan Qingyu. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and cut off the distracting thoughts in his heart. He became as calm as a lake, but he couldn't help but look a little serious. The heavenly tribulation was a hurdle that any cultivator who wanted to advance to the primordial soul realm had to go through. It was extremely dangerous, and no one dared underestimate it. Even if he was well prepared and his strength had been raised to a level where it couldn't be improved and his foundation was extremely deep, he still didn't dare to be careless. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Then his mind sank into the golden core in his body. A huge golden core that looked like a growth ring was lying in a mysterious void. The entire golden core was extremely huge. Outside the golden core, there were wisps of unique purple traces. The amethyst golden core. Even though the purple region above the golden core was somewhat thin and sparse, it was less than 1/10 of the entire golden core. However, it was enough to make his strength much stronger than that of a first-grade golden core cultivator. When he used the same divine ability, the power would be much stronger. The original 10 golden core shackles on the golden core had all been opened by him. Therefore, when he sank his mind into the golden core and controlled the soul in the golden core to come out of his body, he didn't feel any resistance and quickly rushed out. At the same time, the void trembled. Above the 9 heavens, there was a tumble. Inexplicably, there seemed to be a special aura sweeping over and capturing the aura of his soul. Then, rumble. The sound of thunder could be heard rapidly. Layers of thick dark clouds quickly gathered between heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation was beginning to show the tip of the iceberg. It's starting. The tribulation is about to begin. The speed at which the heavenly tribulation is gathering is so fast. The dark clouds are pressing down, and the aura is spreading, making it difficult for people to breathe. The power of the heavenly tribulation is so strong. The vast heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. Retreat. The moment the heavenly tribulation gathered, the faces of countless cultivators were solemn. Some of them were even terrified, as if they were about to face death and disaster. There were even many cultivators who were frantically trying to retreat out of fear. At least at this moment, no one dared to take a step closer to Situ Zheng within a radius of 30 miles. This was because the primordial spirit tribulation was a very special existence. It could capture all living things within 100,000 feet of the heavenly tribulation cultivator. Once they were within 100,000 feet, they would be considered as going through the heavenly tribulation together. Regardless of whether it was the aperture enlightening realm, the God realm, the golden core realm, or the primordial spirit realm, heaven and earth would sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation again. With such a majestic heavenly tribulation, Even the primordial spirit realm cultivators wouldn't dare to try it again, let alone some low-level cultivators. Has it begun? With such a heavenly tribulation, is it the 99 great heavenly tribulation or a heavenly tribulation stronger than the 99 great heavenly tribulation? Bai Ziyue's gaze shifted from Fan Xingyu's direction to the sky, where the dark clouds churned violently, as well as the lightning tribulation that was brewing within them. He had already learned from Fu Yunfan that the heavenly tribulation was divided into 3 types: the 3-9 minor heavenly tribulation, the 6-9 middle heavenly tribulation, and the 9-9 great heavenly tribulation. However, he knew that humans were unpredictable, just like heaven and earth. Perhaps most cultivators' heavenly tribulation couldn't escape the power of these 3 types of heavenly tribulation. However, Situ Zheng was different. The golden core that he had condensed was the same as his amethyst golden core. His accumulation of strength was far superior to his peers of the same level. Naturally, the power of the heavenly tribulation would be stronger. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed. The thunderclouds in the void had been brewing all this time. It seemed to have gathered all the mysterious aura within a radius of 10,000 miles. Countless lightning elements caused the entire void to be covered in darkness. There seemed to be a lightning pool being born in the dark clouds. The lightning pool was constantly rotating and compressing, brewing wisps of purple lightning. Whoosh! Rumble! Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, struck down instantly. Fast, fast, too fast. In a flash, it struck down rapidly. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart as it struck Situ Zheng on the heavenly tribulation platform. Chapter 784. Boom! The incomparably dazzling lightning could almost blind people's eyes. However, all the cultivators at the scene opened their eyes wide, not daring to miss a single thing. Not everyone had the chance to witness the primordial spirit tribulation. Most of the cultivators at the scene would never have the chance to witness it, let alone try it. After all, being able to cultivate to the gold core realm was already extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 divine realm cultivators would be able to succeed. Among the gold core realm cultivators, only those who had formed the upper 3 grades of gold core would have the chance to break the gold core shackles. Only then would they have the chance to break the gold core shackles and have their souls leave their bodies to face the heavenly tribulation. As for those who had formed the lower 3 grades of gold core and the middle 3 grades of gold core, it was not impossible for them to go through the heavenly tribulation when they reached the peak of the gold core realm. However, without the gold core shackles, their souls would not be strong enough to withstand the heavenly tribulation. In the cloud-piercing mountain range of the firmament territory, there were many gold core realm experts. However, for thousands of years, no one had been able to go through the heavenly tribulation and achieve the primordial spirit realm. Situ Zheng seemed to have been prepared. With a thought, a golden cauldron spiraled out and flew toward the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The golden cauldron shone brightly with the power of the heavenly tribulation. It trembled slightly and then blocked the heavenly tribulation. The first heavenly tribulation is actually quite powerful. Most importantly, the heavenly tribulation has the Tao law. With the help of the Tao law, the heavenly tribulation is not only more powerful, but also naturally different from other heavenly tribulation attacks. However, with Situ Zheng's means, it is indeed easy for him to block it. Zue carefully observed the heavenly tribulation. He was not surprised that Situ Zheng could easily pass through the first heavenly tribulation. Through careful observation, he also found a trace of unusual aura in the heavenly tribulation. Fury, destruction, destruction. It seems to be able to destroy everything. However, this aura is completely different from the heavenly tribulation in the past. Vitality? This heavenly tribulation contains a strong vitality aura. Vitality is born from destruction. Is this the difference between the heavenly tribulation? Ziyue was a little confused. He could clearly sense that after the lightning was blocked, a wave of vitality flowed into Situ Zheng's body. Even though most of it had been dissipated by the golden cauldron, his aura had undergone an inexplicable change under the effect of the life force. Just as he was hesitating, the second bolt of lightning struck down. Whoosh! Rumble! Then there was a third, a fourth. The lightning tribulation descended one after another, as if it did not give anyone a chance to breathe. It was only when the ninth lightning tribulation descended that it seemed to stop for a moment, and the void froze. However, at this moment, Situ Zheng's entire body was engulfed by the lightning tribulation. The area he was in was filled with purple lightning. It was a vast expanse of red, turning into a sea of lightning. After a while, the lightning gradually dissipated, revealing his figure. His complexion looked normal, as if he had not been affected much. Evidently, he had successfully passed through this wave of tribulation lightning. However, this wave of 9 heavenly tribulations was not the end, but the beginning. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The thick layers of clouds were rolling, and the power of lightning was wreaking havoc within them. There were only 9 heavenly tribulations in the first wave. Is this the 9 major heavenly tribulations? I did not expect that Situ Zheng, who had formed the amethyst golden pill, would also undergo the 9 major heavenly tribulations. It seems like the 9 major heavenly tribulations are the most powerful heavenly tribulations a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm would have to face. Seeing the scene in front of them, countless people felt relieved and relaxed. Even though the 9 heavenly tribulations were only the first wave of the 9 major heavenly tribulations, there were still 8 more waves. Moreover, the power of each wave of tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous wave. However, in everyone's opinion, with Situ Zheng's strength, foundation, and extraordinary means, it would be much easier for him to pass through the 9 major heavenly tribulations than ordinary cultivators. Only the 9 major heavenly tribulations? When Ziyue saw this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was puzzled. He felt that the strength of the heavenly tribulations was a waste of the foundation brought by the amethyst golden pill. However, no matter what, it was a good thing. At least with this, his chances of passing through the heavenly tribulations had increased to more than 90%. Boom, boom, boom. After a few breaths of time, the second wave of 9 heavenly tribulations descended. This time, the power of the heavenly tribulations was obviously much stronger than before. Even the tribulation transcendence platform that Situ Zheng was on seemed to be affected by the heavenly tribulations as cracks began to appear on it. Then, the third wave, the fourth wave, break. Situ Zheng controlled the golden cauldron and quickly charged forward. The raging heavenly tribulations contained a terrifying destructive force that caused the spiritual light on the golden cauldron to dim slightly. Situ Zheng seemed to have consumed a lot of energy to continuously withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulations. Before the fifth wave of tribulation lightning struck, he flipped his hand and took out a few spiritual pills. Without hesitation, he swallowed them. Sizzle. In an instant, the inner core energy in his body quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered to his peak state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fifth wave, the sixth wave, the seventh wave. Finally, when the heavenly tribulations reached the 8th wave of tribulation lightning, the power of the heavenly tribulations had clearly reached its peak. The golden cauldron could not withstand it any longer and was violently thrown out. Situ Zheng's expression did not change when he saw this. He stretched out his hand and quickly formed a seal to stabilize the golden cauldron. His inner core energy churned as he quickly formed the shadow of a huge beast on his body. This beast's shadow was snow white. Its 4 limbs were as thick as pillars, its nose was as long as a stick, and its 2 sharp teeth were as sharp as giant knives. It was extremely cold and emitted a cold light. It was the secret Tao technique of the Nature sect, the Nature's protection. At this moment, Situ Zheng finally used his defensive Tao technique. Boom! The remaining heavenly tribulations landed on the nature's protection. Even though his inner chi was shaken and the heavenly tribulations were blurry, it still managed to block the remaining heavenly tribulations. The power of the 8th wave of tribulation lightning is much stronger than before. Almost every heavenly tribulation lightning is comparable to the full force attack of a peak golden elixir realm expert. With 9 consecutive attacks, it's no wonder that Situ Zheng could not withstand it. From afar, Ziyue could clearly see the power of this wave of heavenly tribulations lightning. However, the stronger the heavenly tribulation lightning, the stronger the vitality it carried. After the heavenly tribulation lightning was blocked, the vitality sprinkled on Situ Zheng's body. In particular, the unique aura that contained pure yang qi seeped into his soul and rapidly transformed his soul. Even the power of his Jindan seemed to have undergone some changes. Under extreme compression, it was gradually transforming into the power of the origin spirit. This was a gradual transformation process. Every heavenly tribulation lightning was a baptism. When the heavenly tribulation lightning was completely over his soul, his inner core energy, his physical body, and every corner of his body would undergo a transformation. The 9th wave. If he survives this wave, it means that Situ Zheng's primordial spirit tribulation is over. He will also officially enter the primordial spirit tribulation lightning. From then on, his strength will increase greatly. His primordial spirit can leave his body and travel tens of thousands of miles. He can also kill people from thousands of miles away. His lifespan will also be extended to 9,000 years. If he is healthy and takes some longevity elixirs, he will be infinitely close to 10,000 years old. 10,000 years old. From then on, he can shine as brightly as heaven and earth and live forever. Some cultivators exclaimed, their eyes full of admiration and respect. Shine as brightly as heaven and earth and live forever. Such a long lifespan was the lifelong pursuit of countless cultivators. Is this the last wave? Looks like it won't be difficult for Situ Zheng to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Ziyue thought to himself. He raised his hand and looked at the thick clouds in the sky. He could not help but frown. That's not right. No matter how strong the 9th wave of heavenly tribulation lightning is, there should be a limit to it. Judging from the clouds in the sky, it doesn't look like it's going to end soon. He estimated and clearly felt that the destructive power in the heavenly tribulation lightning was still accumulating. It did not look like it was going to stop anytime soon. At this moment, the 9th wave of heavenly tribulation lightning had finished brewing and was about to descend. Is there a 10th wave? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned serious. If Situ Zheng had to face the 10th wave of heavenly tribulation lightning, what about him? Although Situ Zheng had condensed the same amethyst golden core as him, the purple region in his amethyst golden core was less than 1/10 of the total golden core. However, he had a perfect amethyst golden core that was completely purple. If he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation lightning, the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning would definitely be much stronger than Situ Zheng's. Is it going to end soon? Fan Xingyu had been watching the heavenly tribulation lightning. She knew about the 3-9 minor heavenly tribulations, 6-9 intermediate heavenly tribulations, and 9 major heavenly tribulations in the immortal spell world. Seeing that the 8-9 heavenly tribulation lightning was about to descend, the last 9 heavenly tribulation lightning would not be difficult for Situ Zheng to withstand. It's not that fast. Luo Hua Fairy's gaze also landed on Situ Zheng as she spoke calmly. Junior sister, there's something you don't know. Normally, Golden Core Realm cultivators would not be able to escape the 3-9 minor heavenly tribulations, 6-9 intermediate heavenly tribulations, and 9 major heavenly tribulations. At most, the strength of the heavenly tribulation would change. However, when Lu Wanshu saw this, he hurriedly took a step forward and explained with a smile. But if the foundation of the immortal method cultivator is too strong and their cultivation strength is heaven-defying, The power of the heavenly tribulation will also exceed the scope of the 9 great heavenly tribulations. For example, Situ Zheng condensed the 1 in 10,000 amethyst golden core when he formed his golden core. His foundation is much stronger than an ordinary first-stage golden core. Moreover, he came from the nature sect, so he has no lack of resources. Therefore, after he passed the 9 major heavenly tribulations, he will have to face another tribulation. This tribulation is called the life and death illusion tribulation. It not only affects the cultivator's physical body and soul, but also their consciousness. It is a supreme tribulation with terrifying power. Since ancient times, there have been many cultivators who condensed the amethyst golden core. At least 1 or 2 would appear every 100 years. There are many who can successfully pass the 9 major heavenly tribulations. However, there are very few who can pass the life and death illusion tribulation. It is still unknown whether Situ Zheng will be one of those people. As he said this, Lu Wenshu's eyes revealed a complicated look. Even if the possibility of Situ Zheng passing this tribulation was very low, he knew that since Situ Zheng dared to openly face the tribulation and the nature sect publicly supported him, it could be seen that Situ Zheng was very confident. The life and death illusion tribulation? I didn't expect there to be a life and death illusion tribulation above the 9 major heavenly tribulations. I just don't know. Other than the amethyst golden core realm cultivators, who will face the life and death illusion tribulation during their tribulation. Fan Xingyu could not help but ask in confusion. Of course there are. For example, your celestial spirit sect's previous chief disciple, Lord asked. As far as I know, although he only condensed a first-grade golden core when he formed his gold core, he is indeed a rare person with great courage and determination. When he reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm, he was able to resist the temptation of immediately facing the tribulation to reach the primordial soul realm. He cut off his own cultivation and switched to the heavenly spirit divine technique. In this way, even though his gold core is still a first-grade golden core, in terms of strength, he is definitely not weaker than Situ Zheng. When he faces the tribulation, he will definitely face the life and death illusion tribulation. In fact, I guess that his actual strength is even higher than Situ Zheng's. Lu Wenshu said with a sigh. Even Lord Ast had said that he was not as strong as Situ Zheng when they were in the same realm. However, as someone who had interacted with Lord Ast before and knew how proud he was, Lu Wenshu was even more clear that Lord Ast would not publicly show weakness unless he was absolutely confident of winning. It was like a powerful cultivator looking at a genius who had suddenly risen and casually saying that he was not as strong as the other party when they were in the same realm. However, in reality, he was in a superior position. It was a kind of confidence that confirmed that his own strength was far superior to the other parties. Lord Ast had 2 peak periods. One was more than 30 years ago, when he broke through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and broke through all the shackles of the Golden Core. At that time, he already had the strength to go against the odds and defeat the immortals, and was comparable to an early primordial soul realm cultivator. At this moment, after severing his cultivation, he had recultivated the heavenly god's spiritual art. Although the current him was still at the peak of the Gold Core stage, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he possessed and what kind of shocking battle achievements he had. However, there is no doubt that he is far better than he was 30 years ago. Perhaps he was referring to himself 30 years ago when he said that he was not as strong as Situ Zheng when they were in the same realm. Lu Wenshu guessed and muttered in his heart. He was also a little shocked. He suddenly realized how dangerous it was for him to listen to his master's instructions and participate in the pursuit of Fan Xingyu. Although he was also a powerful cultivator, he was still far inferior to Lord Ast 30 years ago, let alone Situ Zheng now. If Situ Zheng really succeeded in overcoming the tribulation this time, his situation would be... Thinking of this, he suddenly shuddered. Given the foundation of the Thousand Elephants sect, the great life and death calamity will not be a problem for Situ Zheng. However, his true tribulation is not the heavenly tribulation. Just wait and see. His true tribulation will come after he overcomes it. Luo Hua Fairy said faintly at this moment. Chapter 785. Fan Xingyu was indifferent. She knew the significance of Situ Zhang's heavenly tribulation this time. Yes, apart from the heavenly tribulation, Situ Zhang's heavenly tribulation is also a human tribulation. If he wants to become the leader of the young generation and lead the young elites, he has to survive the heavenly tribulation and survive the attacks of the other elites. After this heavenly tribulation, it will be an opportunity. Otherwise, if he returns safely to the nature sect, he will have the protection of the many elites in the sect and the powerful formation guarding him. It will be almost impossible for anyone to attack him. Therefore, after today, it's still unknown whether he will live or die. Lu Wenshu's face revealed a look of realization, and his heart gradually calmed down. At least he still had a chance. Rumble. Boom. Boom. The last wave of the 9 major heavenly tribulations, the 9x9 heavenly tribulation, came crashing down. Kill! Situ Zheng roared, and the golden cauldron in the sky shone brightly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a small figure that seemed to be made of metal and would appear in front of him. External body double. This was a treasure created by a peak primordial soul realm elite of the nature sect based on the external body double of a spirit severing stage elite. Not only was it difficult to refine, but the materials required were also extremely precious. It also needed to be nourished by the power of Tao for 100 years before it could be used. However, there was no doubt that it was extremely useful. It was considered a top life-saving treasure even for primordial soul realm elites in the immortal spell world. Once it was activated, as long as it did not exceed its limit, the external body double could immediately help the cultivator block half of the attack. The remaining half of the attack would naturally be greatly reduced when it landed on the cultivator. As long as the cultivator did not encounter a powerful enemy of a higher level, it would be enough to protect his life. The last heavenly tribulation of the 9 major heavenly tribulations was extremely powerful, surpassing the previous 8 waves combined. However, Situ Zhang's various techniques, the golden cauldron, and the external body double could not break through his defense. Did he succeed? Has he officially broken through to the primordial soul realm? Countless people exclaimed. However, the thunderclouds in the void did not disperse completely. The dull sound of thunder was as if the great Tao was collapsing, making everyone hold their breath. It's not over. After the 9 major heavenly tribulations, there's still a heavenly tribulation. What's next? Isn't the 9 major heavenly tribulations the strongest heavenly tribulation? The life and death vanishing calamity. This is the life and death vanishing calamity. It is said that only those with extremely deep foundations and outstanding talents can possibly encounter such a shocking calamity when undergoing the calamity. This heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying, and it affected one's soul and primordial spirit. Since ancient times, it was said that many powerhouses with astonishing potential had fallen in this great tribulation. When Situ Zheng formed his gold core, he had condensed an extreme violet golden core. His foundation was extremely deep. It was normal for him to encounter the life and death vanishing illusion tribulation during his tribulation. However, I wonder if he'll be able to safely overcome this heavenly tribulation with his ability. Countless cultivators were in a heated discussion as they focused their attention on the void lightning tribulation. The lightning that was brewing within it was even more powerful than the previous 9 major heavenly tribulations. Most importantly, within the lightning, there was a special power that seemed to be able to cause illusions and attack one's soul and primordial spirit. This shocked countless cultivators and even primordial spirit realm experts. The great calamity of life and death. Indeed, after the 9 major heavenly tribulations, there will be an even more powerful lightning tribulation. Ziyue had previously guessed that the 9 major heavenly tribulations were not the limit. Now that he saw another heavenly tribulation brewing, he was enlightened. The void trembled as thunder boomed. The thundercloud was like a vortex that spun continuously. Under extreme compression, it suddenly collapsed. Boom! The earth-shattering pillar instantly pierced through the ground. Block it! Situ Zheng roared angrily. While he took out the golden cauldron and his substitute, he had already used all his techniques to defend himself against the impending lightning tribulation. The formation that he had set up around him quickly rose up and turned into a spiritual shield. At the same time, he reached out and quickly took out a small spiritual flower from his chest. This spiritual flower had many petals, one layer after another. From top to bottom, there were more than 1,000 petals. On each petal, there seemed to be the manifestation of Tao laws that contained the truth of heaven and earth. If one observed it carefully, they would often be able to comprehend it and improve the cultivator's immortal techniques greatly. Moreover, the spiritual qi on the spiritual flower was rampant, containing pure and turbulent energy essence. Not only was the energy essence rich, but it also seemed to have an effect on one's spirit. With just a sniff, one's mind would become extremely clear and invulnerable to all techniques, environment, and soul attacks. This is the big 1,000 spiritual flower, a peerless divine herb. It usually only grows in dangerous places. Once picked, a second flower will only grow after 10,000 years. The nature sect is indeed one of the top sects in the firmament territory. They even have such a peerless divine herb. They are even willing to use it on Situ Zheng. You should know that a big 1,000 spiritual flower can restore the primordial spirit of a peak primordial spirit realm cultivator when his primordial spirit is almost shattered. A cultivator exclaimed, his face full of shock. The primordial spirit of a primordial spirit realm expert was the most important foundation. Once it was damaged, it was usually extremely difficult to recover. For example, the extraterritorial demon in the Dragon Palace had been trapped in the Dragon Palace for tens of thousands of years because his primordial spirit had been damaged beyond imagination. It had taken him a long time to recover, but he had not fully recovered. Although the spirit flower of boundless heaven couldn't completely heal a spirit-severing stage mighty figure like the extraterrestrial devil, it was enough to help him recover by at least 30%. Which would save him at least 10,000 years of recuperation time. As such, it could be considered a supreme treasure. However, the nature sect was willing to use it on Situ Zheng, who was in the middle of the heavenly tribulation. One could imagine how important it was to him and how determined they were to help him pass through the heavenly tribulation. Situ Zheng took out the big 1,000 spiritual flower, stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, and swallowed it. In an instant, endless energy essence evaporated, causing his aura, strength, soul, and all other aspects to improve rapidly. The most important thing was his soul. At this moment, his soul, which still had some flaws, was nourished and improved by the essence of the big 1,000 spiritual flower and reached the complete level. Complete soul, light and transparent, it could instantly increase his resistance to the various illusions by more than a few times. It would also make it easier for him to pass through the life and death illusory destruction tribulation. The most difficult thing to resist in the life and death illusory destruction tribulation was the illusions that affected the soul. Rumble. The void exploded. Heaven and earth were covered in white. Situ Zheng's entire body was drowned in lightning. Regardless of whether it was the golden cauldron or his substitute, all kinds of defensive techniques seemed to be vulnerable in the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation. They were quickly knocked away. The heavenly tribulation platform he was on was completely destroyed at this moment. Even his body was mostly broken and looked extremely miserable. Even his aura was extremely weak, as if he had been struck by the heavenly tribulation and died. Is he dead? Or, countless people's hearts were in their mouths. They did not dare to act rashly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At this moment, the dark clouds and the void suddenly dispersed. Above the 9 heavens, a beam of golden light of the great path pierced through and shone directly on Situ Zheng, who was on the heavenly tribulation platform that had been reduced to rubble. This is the light illumination, an auspicious sign. It's the acknowledgement and favor given by heaven and earth after the heavenly tribulation. He did it. Eldest senior brother Situ Zheng has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. A surprise shout quickly came from the mouth of a 1,000 Elephant sect disciple. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. Naturally, it was a joyous occasion for the 1,000 Elephant sect to succeed in passing the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, because Situ Zheng had openly passed the heavenly tribulation, it had opened the eyes of countless cultivators and allowed them to understand how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. Naturally, many cultivators were grateful and acknowledged him. Therefore, many people were excited that he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. He really did succeed. However, it's very normal for Situ Zheng to succeed in passing the heavenly tribulation. The natal Dharma treasure, the golden cauldron, the protective treasure, the substitute, the peerless divine herb, the great 1,000 spirit flower, and the formation that can withstand the heavenly tribulation. With the support of so many treasures, how could he not succeed? Ziyue also looked at the scene in the distance with a hint of envy in his eyes. He was indeed a little envious. Situ Zheng had too many good things on him. However, his natal Dharma treasure, the golden cauldron, had been refined to the primordial soul level under the accumulation of countless resources. Therefore, it could remain intact after being struck by the powerful heavenly tribulation. Moreover, after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, it seemed to have improved and its quality had increased greatly. Not to mention the protective treasure, the substitute, the peerless divine herb, the great 1,000 spirit flower, and the great lightning defense formation that could be used during the heavenly tribulation. These were all treasures that could be used during the heavenly tribulation. As for him, although he also had many treasures on him, including a top spiritual treasure like the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. However, this spiritual treasure was not his natal Dharma treasure after all. In other words, it could not be used during the heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended, even if he took out his spiritual treasure, the heavenly tribulation would penetrate through the void and land on his body. Only when his natal Dharma treasure was connected to his life and aura would it be recognized by the heavens and earth and be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation. In other words, when he was going through the heavenly tribulation, other than his natal Dharma treasure, the North Sea flying sword, he had no other means to protect himself. Of course, many of his remarkable skills and Tao techniques could be used because they were techniques that he had mastered himself. However, he was not as domineering as Situ Zheng. He did not have the backing of a super force and many treasures. At this moment, under the illumination of the endless auspicious light, Situ Zheng, who was originally in a miserable state due to the tribulation, gradually recovered. The dead could be revived and flesh could be regrown. His vitality was strengthened and his flesh was reborn. Soon, he was whole again and became more tenacious and powerful. His entire body seemed to be filled with holy light, which was very eye-catching. At this moment, his soul had also completely transformed and turned into a primordial soul. He had broken his core to become a nascent soul and turned into a primordial soul. The primordial soul realm. From now on, it would be different. Ha ha! Feeling how powerful he was now, Situ Zheng felt extremely carefree. He then let out a shocking laugh. It's still too early to be happy. An indifferent voice sounded. Then, a ray of sword light pierced through the air. This sword was fast to the extreme. Before the voice could be heard, the sword light had already exploded in front of Situ Zheng. I've long been on guard against you scoundrels. Do you really think there's no one in the Myriad Phenomenon sect? A deep voice sounded. Then, the Grand Elder of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, Zhuge Dan, appeared in front of Situ Zheng in a flash and swung his long rod. Bang! It collided fiercely with the sword light, and the void was tyrannical, immediately splitting open a huge crack in the void. Is that so? Since we're going to make a move, How can we not be prepared? Another cold voice sounded. Then, a few figures approached like phantoms. However, the other cultivators of the myriad phenomenon sect naturally dealt with this group of powerhouses. Therefore, they were quickly stopped. In fact, the myriad phenomenon sect had already guessed that there would be hostile forces causing trouble at this crucial moment. Therefore, when most people were focused on Situ Zheng's heavenly tribulation, they were constantly on guard. That was why they were able to stop their opponents in time. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the primordial spirit realm experts caused a huge commotion. Terrifying yuan qi fluctuations spread out in all directions as though they were capable of destroying the world. Some of the low-level cultivators were completely annihilated before they could even react, no longer existing. Quick retreat! The cultivators exclaimed and quickly retreated into the distance. Attack! At this moment, burly cultivators with different auras rushed out from the crowd. In an instant, they unleashed a terrifying aura. Even their figures changed immediately and turned into terrifying giant beasts. They roared and attacked together. The attacks seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Among them, the most powerful one was a giant ape-like being. It laughed violently and shot out a ray of black light. The Black Ape King of the 100,000 Mountains. Some of the cultivators exclaimed as they recognized this being. The Black Ape King was a top primordial soul realm demon in the 100,000 Mountains. The black light was his natal Abijna, the Great Annihilation Black Light. It was one of his trump cards. When he used it with his late-stage primordial soul realm cultivation, it was almost comparable to the full-force attack of a peak primordial soul realm powerhouse. Swoosh! The Great Annihilation Black Light turned into a ray of light and rushed out rapidly. It shattered a large part of the void and arrived in front of Situ Zheng in the blink of an eye. Situ Zheng, who had just broken through to the primordial soul realm, would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a powerhouse like the Black Ape King. He would be annihilated in an instant. Oomph. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Following that, a gigantic palm emerged from the ground and slapped down. I recommend a new book, I'm a Heartless Killer. It's written by Zhongxiu Yueming. He's a very capable and experienced author. Those who are interested should read it. Chapter 786. This palm emitted a terrifying aura. Just the aura alone was enough to cause the void to tremble, as if it would shatter at any moment. When the palm landed, not only did it easily shatter the black light of great destruction, but the remaining power of the palm did not diminish at all as it smashed towards the Black Ape King. Oh no, it's the cloudy mist old monster. That old fellow has indeed appeared. The Black Ape King's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted, "That old fellow is too strong. Zhao Guangming, if you don't attack, I'll retreat." As he spoke, his figure flashed as he quickly dodged to the side. "Idiot!" An incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded, and then a black shadow suddenly flashed in the void. As soon as the black shadow appeared, an awe-inspiring ice blade turned into a stream of light and fiercely stabbed towards the palm. Chi chi chi. The gigantic palm froze for a moment before it was pierced through by the blade and scattered apart. 100,000 Mountains Black Ape King, 9-star Dao Palace's Zhao Guangming. Who else is there? Come out together. The cloudy mist old monster laughed heartily as he flipped his hand and sent out another palm print. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and took out a black gourd. The gourd expanded in the wind before it suddenly sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, a thick cloud of mist drifted out. As the cloud of mist spread out, it enveloped several demon kings who had rushed out together with the Black Ape King. Ah! A scream was heard as an early primordial soul realm demon king's body was instantly reduced to dust. His primordial soul realm demon king also shattered and disappeared without a trace. Although the cloud of mist looked light, it contained an extremely terrifying power. It was also one of the cloudy mist old monster's ultimate moves and was extremely powerful. Once hit, one would either die or be severely injured. The other demon kings were horrified as they desperately retreated. Finally, they managed to escape with heavy injuries. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard from far away from the battlefield. Immediately, a large part of the void was completely torn apart, revealing a huge hole that seemed to be able to pull the heavens and the earth in. Through the hole was the boundless void turbulence that contained endless, destructive, chaotic, and distorted power. The instant the spatial turbulence was torn apart, two figures rushed out from the spatial turbulence. There were actually two experts who took the initiative to enter the chaotic streams of space to fight. That's the sect master of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, Situ Wu. He's one of the top 10 Supreme Realm experts in the current immortal spell world. His strength was truly terrifying. With a casual strike, he tore such a large hole in the spatial barrier. However, who was he fighting with? Could he also be a Lamiter? This commotion could be said to be a heavenly change, so it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Because of this, there were also experts who recognized the identity of the person who was fighting and immediately spoke out. The other one is wearing a black robe and wielding a black scythe. If I'm not wrong, he should be the legendary master of Mount Qing Xian, master of Mount Daocheng. The mountain master of Daocheng Mountain was also an expert at the pinnacle of the primordial soul stage. Although he was not one of the top 10 Supreme Realm experts, he definitely had the power of the Supreme Realm when he wielded the Black Hook Sickle. Most importantly, the Mount Master of Mount Qing Xian was the leader of a veteran assassin organization. He was most proficient in assassination techniques. Being in the void underworld, his attacks were invisible, making him the most difficult to deal with. No wonder he dared to fight with the sect leader of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, Situ Wu. Someone revealed the identity of the other person with a single sentence and said somewhat excitedly, regardless of whether it was the sect leader of the Myriad Phenomenon sect or the Mount Master of Mount Qing Xian, they both had the power of the Supreme Realm of the Primordial Soul Stage. They were naturally very excited to be able to witness a battle between a handful of the strongest people in the world. Is this the power of the Supreme Realm? It's really terrifying. Ziwa also looked into the distance at the huge spatial crack that had been torn open by a casual stroke of the hand. He also looked at the two experts who were fighting fiercely in the spatial crack and felt an inexplicable sense of awe and respect. Although he was strong, he was still only at the pinnacle of the Golden Elixir Realm. His combat power was still a distance away from the pinnacle of the Primordial Soul Stage, let alone the Supreme Realm above the pinnacle of the Primordial Soul Stage. However, it will be soon. When I step into the Primordial Soul Stage, it's not like I can't compete with those experts. Ziwa had this confidence. However, he quickly turned his attention to the other battlefields. This was because at this moment, a few other experts had struck. The experts of the Demonic Way, Taoist Wugu, Old Mother Poison Witch, and Taoist Blood Mosquito all rushed out from various places and struck at the first moment. However, at this moment, many experts of the Celestial Spirits sect also struck. The second elder of the Celestial Spirits sect, Taoist Clear Spring, the fifth elder, Jinren Wang, and the seventh elder, Fairy Luo Hua, all went up to meet them. This time it's really exciting. No one would have thought that after Situ Zheng succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, such an earth-shattering battle would be triggered. Even the sect master of the Myriad sect and the mountain master of Mount Green Xian, who are at the pinnacle of the Primordial Soul Stage, have joined in. Moreover, the forces involved are also very broad. The Myriad sect, the Celestial Spirits sect, the 100,000 Mountains, Mount Green Xian, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and the Heavenly Demon sect of the Demonic Way. Which one of these is not the top forces of the immortal arts? You can say that all of them are giants. However, it's a little strange that so many top forces and super experts of the Primordial Soul Stage would make such a big fuss over Situ Zheng. Even if Situ Zheng has amazing potential and is comparable to a peerless genius, he has only just broken through to the Primordial Soul Stage. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be much of a threat to these forces. Even Mount Green Xian and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, who have feuds with each other, have joined forces. It said that this has something to do with the impending great changes in the world. Great changes in the world, could it be? While countless cultivators were frantically retreating, they were also discussing spiritedly. The changes this time were too sudden, and it made many people curious. On the battlefield, various experts were also frantically attacking. Countless offensive techniques were constantly displayed. From time to time, there would be screams, and then figures would fall from the void. On the other hand, Situ Zheng, who was in the center, did not encounter much of a threat. Any expert of the primordial soul stage who approached him will be stopped by the experts of the Myriad sect and the Celestial Spirit sect. As for the experts of the Golden Elixir realm, not to mention the fact that the Myriad sect had many experts of the Golden Elixir realm guarding the area, even if they did come close, with Situ Zheng's strength at the initial stage of the primordial soul stage, he had nothing to fear and could easily kill them. Ziyue was watching from afar when he suddenly felt a gaze fall on him. He could not help but be stunned. He turned around and immediately saw a pair of starry eyes. Fan Qingyu. A hint of joy appeared on Ziyue's face. In fact, he had seen her for a long time, but because the tribulation was near and she was surrounded by many experts of the Celestial Spirit sect, he did not approach her. Of course, it was inevitable that he felt some homesickness. After all, they had not seen each other for several years, and there was a sense of unfamiliarity, so he did not directly acknowledge her. At this moment, seeing the familiar eyes and the excitement in her eyes, he immediately felt relieved and revealed a smile. Ziyue. Fan Qingyu was so excited that her voice was trembling slightly. She didn't hesitate at all as she quickly flew towards him. Over the years, she had envisioned the scene of her meeting with Ziyue countless times. From initial anticipation to later fear and despair. After all, the world of immortal techniques was too dangerous. Death and the disappearance of one's Tao were rare and common. In particular, Yue was in the cage-like ancient barren region, a barren land of immortal techniques. If one wanted to walk out of it, they would inevitably encounter many dangers. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Because of this, she began to cultivate desperately, regardless of the cost, to increase her strength and potential. She also experienced the tribulations of life and death. Under the circumstances of originally possessing an extraordinary physique, she awakened the immortal physique of the Great Path, which allowed her to be naturally compatible with the Great Path, and her cultivation progress was astonishing. She wanted to break through to the Golden Elixir realm as soon as possible and go to the ancient barren region to bring Ziyue out. At that moment, she was filled with the anticipation she had when she heard the news about her old friend the night before, and the excitement she had when she saw him beside her master. And now that she truly wanted to meet him and reunite with him, her emotions instantly exploded. She did not care about the chaos here, did not care about the possible dangers, and directly rushed out from the crowd of senior and junior sisters. "Hey, Qingyu, where are you going?" Lu Hongxiu exclaimed, but how could she stop? The two sides quickly approached each other. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, then, when they were 10 meters apart, they involuntarily slowed down and slowly came to a stop. "Long time no see." Ziyue smiled and greeted. "Long time no see." Fan Qingyu's breathing gradually calmed down, and after a while, she said bitterly. At this time, the other senior brothers and senior sisters of the Celestial Spirit sect, as well as Lu Wenshu, who had been following beside Fan Qingyu, also approached. Lu Wenshu especially looked at Ziyue with a vigilant face and pretended to be close to him. He said, "Qingyu, who is he? Who he is, what does it have to do with you?" Fan Qingyu's face turned cold, and then she looked at the senior brothers and sisters beside her. She knew that Ziyue had a grudge with the Celestial Spirit sect, and she did not want him to be in danger because of this. Therefore, even though she had many things to say, she could only say, "How have you been these few years? How did you come out of the ancient barren region?" She was also very curious about this. From the ancient records of the Celestial Spirit sect, she understood the situation of the ancient barren region, and also knew the dangers of coming out of it. Half a year after you left, I comprehended the Tao, created my skills, and accumulated enough, so I came out of the 100,000 mountains. The 100,000 mountains are indeed very dangerous, and I also went through many dangers before I came out safely. Zeus smiled and thought of the scene when the primordial spirit flower bloomed and the appearance of the primordial spirit realm demon. He still had a deep impression of the fox demon monarch's casual and indifferent glance. You, on the other hand, seem to have developed well. Zeus looked at the other and the senior brothers and sisters beside him and said with a smile, "The immortal body of the Great Path was naturally compatible with the Great Path. It was beautiful and eye-catching, and the moon surrounded by stars. In comparison, although his strength increased rapidly, his life was like that of an ascetic monk." Fan Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Since when did they become so distant? Did he not think of her all these years? She could not help but feel a little confused. "Xingyu, is this the old friend that you desperately ran out to look for yesterday? A fellow cultivator from the ancient barren region like you? Won't you introduce him to us?" Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Hongxiu smiled and asked. Ziyue was stunned and looked at Fan Xingyu with some surprise, and happened to meet her somewhat expectant and shy eyes. He smiled and said, "My common name is Ziyue, and my Taoist name is Kunlun. Of course, you can also call me North Sea." Kunlun? North Sea? Lu Hongxiu was stunned, and then seemed to think of something, and her eyes widened as she looked at Ziyue. She knew these two names. Among them, the Kunlun Taoist had caused quite a stir when Fan Xingyu and the others entered the Celestial Spirit sect. They had almost made it onto the internal assassination list of the Celestial Spirit sect. It was only after Fan Xingyu's efforts that it was covered up. As for the other name, North Sea Taoist, it was too famous. That was the name of a top expert who had risen recently and whose fame had spread far and wide. It was said that the other party was one of the few peerless geniuses in the world who could go against the odds to kill immortals and nascent soul cultivators when he was in the Gold Core realm. Even the Heavenly Spirit sect's Sovereign Peak's chief disciple, the Jiuju Sword King, had fallen in his hands. Coincidence? It should be a coincidence. There are so many cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. It's very normal to have important names. Lu Hongxiu's heart trembled. She remembered that Fan Xingyu had mentioned before that the other party was only at the peak of the awakening realm when she left the ancient barren region, and she felt slightly relieved. As far as she knew, the legendary North Sea Taoist had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. No matter how talented this Ziyue was, it was impossible for him to cross so many realms and reach the peak of the Golden Core realm in just a few years. Although Ziyue's current aura also belonged to the Golden Core realm, it should be at the beginning of the Golden Core realm at most, Lu Hongxiu thought to herself. She couldn't help but spy on Ziyue with a trace of her divine sense. Then, her body shook, and her face turned pale. Peak of the Golden Core realm. He's a peak Golden Core realm cultivator? Doesn't that mean? She was stunned, and her face was full of disbelief. On the other hand, Fan Xingyu's pupils shrank when Ziyue said his Taoist name, Kunlun Taoist, and she revealed an obvious look of worry. She was afraid that her senior brothers and senior sisters would connect the dots and find trouble with him. As for the Taoist name, North Sea, although she had heard of some of the deeds of the recently risen North Sea Taoist, she didn't associate it with Ziyue. Two Taoist names? In the immortal cultivation world, the more Taoist names you have, the stronger you are. Not to mention, he even had the audacity to call himself the Taoist name Baiming. Don't you know how laughable this is in our eyes? Lu Wenshu couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Seeing that Fan Xingyu's beautiful eyes never left the other party's face, he could be said to be burning with jealousy. Chapter 787. Ding. Data optimization complete. Bai Ziyue smiled faintly. Just as he was about to reply, his expression suddenly froze. Then he said nonchalantly, "Let's talk about old times later." The battle in the distance is still intense. Let's leave first. Okay. Fan Qingyu hurriedly nodded and followed by Ziyue, rushing away from the battlefield. Oomph. Lu Wenshu snorted when he saw Ziyue avoiding the topic. He was sure that he was guilty. But since Fan Qingyu was following him, he was unwilling to leave and could only follow. As for Lu Hongxiu and the other Celestial Spirit sect disciples, they knew Fan Qingyu's position very well. Some of them were responsible for protecting her, so they would not leave. The attribute panel is finally done upgrading. Once they were on their way, Bai Ziyue's eyes revealed a hint of wild joy and excitement. Even though it had only been a month since he last used the attribute panel, he had long gotten used to its existence. His strength, methods, and cultivation progress were all due to the support of the attribute panel, which allowed him to steadily increase his strength. Moreover, it was a visible improvement in cultivation progress. Without the attribute panel's guidance, even if he could feel the improvement in his strength and cultivation progress of various Abhijna and Dao techniques, he would not have a clear understanding. He also felt that something was missing. Now that the attribute panel was done upgrading, he could finally use its abilities again. Naturally, he was excited. I want to see what changes the attribute panel will bring this time. Ziyue was looking forward to it. With a thought, a string of familiar numbers appeared before his eyes. Name: Du Immortal Technique Realm. Peak of the Golden Elixir Realm Technique. First Yuan Dao Technique. Devouring Sky Technique Natal Abhijna. Absent-Mindedness Dao Technique. Heaven Patching Technique. Primary Magnetic Divine Light. 9 Extinction Sword Technique. Great Path Dharma. Heart Sword Technique, Beginner. True Dragon Armor Technique, Beginner. 1,000 Miles in an Instant, Beginner. 9 Thunder God Destroying Seal, Beginner. 99% Great Abhijna. Primary Magnetic Slash, 5 Emperors. Divine Royal Robe, 5 Emperors Heaven Sealing Sword. Lightning Escape Light. Godly Dharma Body, Shadow Realm. 1 Sword Break All Skills, Technique. 9 Chi to 1 Elixir Refining Technique. Ancient Moon Weapon Refining Technique. Divination Technique, Beginner. 22% Spiritual Energy. 2,750 million Enlightenment Time. 10,000 souls per minute time backtracking. 1 million soul energy per second. Time acceleration. 10 million souls per second. Looking at the data, Ziyue was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. The changes this time don't seem to be big. My attributes aren't much different from before I leveled up. The only change is that I have an additional ability. Time acceleration. Ziyue's heart trembled. If the enlightenment time and time reversal that he had obtained from leveling up were enough to shock and delight him, then the time acceleration this time was very surprising. Dao comprehension time allowed his soul to enter a special state of Dao comprehension. With the help of the time spent comprehending the Dao, his comprehension ability, perception ability, analysis ability, and comprehension ability of various wondrous techniques would all be greatly improved, and the effects of his cultivation would be astonishing. As for time reversal, it allowed him to use the attribute panel to go back to a certain period of time. The more soul energy he spent, the longer it would take to rewind. Such an ability was of great help to him. In the previous battles, it had also made him like a tiger that had grown wings, allowing him to escape danger many times. But this time, the ability brought about by the upgrade of the attribute panel was time acceleration. What effect does time acceleration have? Ziyue was really looking forward to it. However, because Fan Qingyu and the others were by his side, he couldn't experiment with the effect of this ability. However, there was no doubt that the system's products were definitely of high quality. He was sure that this time acceleration would definitely not disappoint him. The effect it would play would definitely be huge. After all, time reversal only required 1 million soul energy points to activate for 1 second. However, this time acceleration required 10 million soul energy points. Such a difference was huge. It also often showed that its ability was getting stronger. However, looking at the several system upgrades, it seems that most of the increased abilities are related to time. Could it be that this attribute panel naturally contains one of the 2 supreme great Daos, the Tao of Time? Ziyue muttered and couldn't help but make some guesses. The two supreme great Taoists were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. It was said that after mastering these two great Taoists, immortal cultivators would have the ability to create worlds, opening up a new world and evolving endless changes. After all, whether it was time reversal or time acceleration, it required an extremely profound mastery of the Tao of time to be able to do it. If the attribute panel didn't naturally contain the Tao of time, how could it strip these two great abilities and allow him to use them with the help of soul energy? The other thing is my soul energy, 2,750 million soul energy points. It can be said that I have obtained the most soul energy points. With so much soul energy, it should be enough for me to upgrade many of my techniques to perfection, right? Not to mention, the battle in the distance is still ongoing. As the powerhouses fall, the amount of my soul energy is still rapidly increasing. Ziyue looked at the amount of soul energy on the attribute panel. The steady increase in the number of soul energy changes made his mind a little agitated. He could not wait to make use of the ability of the attribute panel to raise all his Tao techniques to the perfect realm, because in this way, his strength would definitely increase tremendously once again. However, although Ziyue couldn't wait, he wasn't in a hurry. Fan Qingyu and the others soon left the battlefield and stood on a mountaintop. In the distance, the battle was also fiercely ongoing. Blood spilled from time to time as the powerhouses fell. Terrifying energy wantonly caused the Yuan Qi within a radius of hundreds of miles to become extremely chaotic. While Ziyue watched the battle, he also took the opportunity to prepare to upgrade many of his techniques. When I was in the Dragon Palace, I knew that although my strength was strong, I was still far from the true top powerhouses of the world. This time, Situ Zheng's tribulation has attracted too many powerhouses. There are too many people who are stronger than me. The two supreme realm powerhouses, Situ Wu and Mountain Lord Daoqing. In addition, there are peak primordial soul realm powerhouses of the Myriad Sect, Zhugedan, Old Monster Cloud Mist, Black Ape King of the 100,000 Mountains, Zhao Guangming of the 9-Star Tao Palace. There are also Second Elder Taoist Clear Spring of the Celestial Spirit Sect, 5th Elder Taoist Wang, 7th Elder Fairy Luo Hua, Demon Tao Powerhouses Taoist Wugu, Old Mother Poison, Witch, Taoist Blood Mosquito. Which one of these people is weak? Even if some of them are at the late primordial soul realm, their combat strength can be said to be shocking. At the same level, they are much stronger than Fu Yunfan in the Endless Sea domain. Immortal Tao cultivators were particular about dharma, wealth, companions, and land. Among them, the most important was law. Super forces like the Celestial Spirit Sect and the Myriad Sect had a shocking foundation and strength. They contained many top legacies, countless mystical techniques, and supreme Tao techniques. Usually, the strength of their disciples would be far superior to that of their opponents at the same level. Not to mention, they were equally wealthy, had the guidance of their elders, and had the support of a grade 6 spirit meridian. At the same level, they were naturally far superior to Fu Yunfan, who was almost no different from an itinerant cultivator. Therefore, although Ziyue was confident in his own strength, he was also very clear-headed. With his current strength, he might be able to win against an ordinary late primordial soul realm powerhouse. However, if he were to face a powerhouse from a super sect with a strong foundation, it would be hard to say. Even if his offensive and defensive techniques were definitely superior to any late primordial soul realm powerhouse, because of his Tao techniques at the perfected level and the Kunwa Golden Pagoda, his soul had not undergone the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and had undergone a metamorphosis. The weakness of his insufficient strength was still very obvious. Once he was attacked, it would naturally be very difficult to resist, and there was a risk of death. After all, he had a great feud with the Celestial Spirit Sect. At the place where he was now, there were many powerhouses from the Celestial Spirit Sect. He was also with the disciples of the Celestial Spirit Sect. Once he was exposed, there would be no lack of conflict. In order to avoid conflict and possible danger, I originally planned to leave before the end of the battle. But now that the attribute panel has been upgraded, I am no longer in a hurry. Ziyue felt a little relieved. The upgrade of the attribute panel had also increased his confidence. Even if he were to face a powerhouse from the Celestial Spirit sect, as long as it was not an ultimate powerhouse, he would not have the slightest fear. This was because he believed that the inheritance of the three spirit severing powerhouses would definitely allow his strength to soar to an extremely terrifying level. And he was also confident that with many techniques upgraded to the perfected level, with the help of the spiritual treasure and the enhancement of the attribute panel, even if he was not a match for an ultimate powerhouse, he would still be able to escape from the opponent's hands by spending 100 million points of soul power. I can upgrade the Tao Technique Heart Sword from the beginner level to the small success level. As expected of the Heart Sword, true honorable. It is also a Tao technique, but in terms of consumption, it is much more than the previous Primordial Magnet Divine Light, 9 Extinction Divine Sword, in Great Path Dharma form. Although 100 million points of soul energy is huge, I'm sure that the increase in my strength will be incomparably huge. Ziyue was secretly excited. He was not stingy with the consumption of soul power for techniques that could increase his strength. And he also believed that all of this would be worth it. The power of the Heart Sword technique would definitely be stronger and more exquisite than the 9 Extinction Divine Sword and Primordial Magnet Divine Light that he had previously mastered. It would definitely allow his strength to soar again. Upgrade. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. Buzz. At the same time that his soul energy was greatly reduced, Ziyue immediately sensed that a large amount of cultivation experiences regarding the kindred sword arts suddenly appeared in his mind. The principles behind its operation and the profoundness of the laws involved were all comprehended and deeply imprinted in his mind. As for himself, it was as if he had gone through thousands of years of painstaking cultivation and directly upgraded it to the small success level. The small success level of the Heart Sword technique is already quite extraordinary. Using my current strength, it should not be weaker than the full force attack of a mid-stage primordial spirit realm expert. Moreover, the speed at which it is executed and the mysteries of its operation are very extraordinary. Ordinary mid-stage primordial spirit realm cultivators would not be able to detect it at all. Ziyue was wary of Fan Qingyu and the others, so he did not directly use the Heart Sword technique. He even used the concealment technique of the Shadow Realm to conceal his aura and not reveal anything. But with his understanding of the Heart Sword technique, he also understood the power and mysteries of this technique. Regardless of whether it was the degree of subtlety or the power, it was far superior to the 9 Extinction Divine Sword that was also at the small success level. Continue. Excited, Ziyue did not stop. Spending 200 million points of soul power can upgrade the Heart Sword technique from the small success level to the large success level. Spending 400 million points of soul power can upgrade the Heart Sword technique from the large success level to the perfection level. Upgrade. The continuous improvement caused Ziyue's mind to be slightly absent-minded. But the extreme mastery of the Heart Sword technique and the carefree feeling of the sword where the thought was made him feel extremely comfortable. But he did not show it on his face at all. Because of the concealment technique of the Shadow Realm, Fan Qingyu, Lu Hongxiu, Lu Wenshu, and the others beside him did not detect it at all. The Heart Sword technique has been upgraded to the perfection level. Next is the True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique. The True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique is not only a supreme defensive Tao technique, but it can also improve the strength of my physical body on a deeper level. Previously, it was only at the entry level, but it increased the strength of my physical body by more than 2 times. If it is upgraded to the perfection level, what level will it reach? Ziyue was looking forward to the upgrade of this technique. He also believed that once the True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique was upgraded to the perfection level, his strength would definitely increase tremendously, especially in terms of the strength of his physical body. It would definitely exceed his imagination. Spending 700 million points of soul power can upgrade the True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique from the entry level to the perfection level. Upgrade. A pained look flashed across his face, and Ziyue resolutely chose to upgrade. Spending 700 million points of soul power in one go was indeed a little extravagant for him. Even though he actually had quite a lot of soul power, after upgrading several Supreme Tao techniques, there would probably be a limit to what he had left. But this upgrade was related to his strength. Even if he was reluctant, he would not hesitate at all. After all, if he ran out of soul power, he could use many methods to increase it again. But the increase in strength was real. Naturally, he knew what he had to do. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after expending a total of 700 million points of soul energy. Ziyue also took the opportunity to raise the True Dragon Armor technique, a supreme defensive technique, to the perfect stage. The True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique has reached the perfection level. My physical body has indeed improved by a lot. The extent of its improvement cannot even be calculated by multiples, because it is a kind of physical particle. The improvement of the origin of the flesh cannot be calculated by reason. Ziyue was stunned. Upon closer inspection, he could clearly feel that the texture of his physical body was fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. It was as if it naturally contained the power of the Tao Law. It was incomparably mysterious and had infinite creation, and its strength. Chapter 788. Inhuman. Even though he had yet to test it out, he was well aware of how terrifying his strength was. He could be said to be a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. He could punch through the air and destroy a low-grade, immortal soul treasure. It was terrifying beyond compare. With such a strong physical body, I can probably withstand the first few heavenly tribulations of Situ Zhang's tribulations without suffering any damage. Ziyue could not help but compare. He was confident that he could withstand at least the first 5 heavenly tribulations without using any tricks. If he used the True Dragon Black Armor technique with all his might, with the True Dragon Black Armor technique alone, my chances of successfully overcoming the tribulations will be many times higher than before. Ziyue was really excited. He was confident that even if the power of the tribulations was many times stronger than Situ Zhang's tribulations, he was confident that he would be able to overcome them safely. Next is the 1,000 miles in an instant. Ziyue's gaze fell on the speed-type Supreme Tao technique, the 1,000 miles in an instant. In fact, Ziyue's speed was not slow at all. With his strength, he used the perfect Thunderbolt escape light with all his might. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. He could travel 100 miles in an instant, which was slightly faster than most intermediate primordial soul realm experts. However, no matter how fast the Thunderbolt escape light was, it was only a great Tao technique. In the same realm, its power could not be compared to the supreme Tao technique, the 1,000 miles in an instant. At the beginner level, the 1,000 miles in an instant was slightly faster than the Thunderbolt escape light. It was comparable to the beginner level. If he could raise the 1,000 miles in an instant to the beginner level, the Great Mastery, or even the perfected level, his speed would definitely soar from the original foundation. If he could really achieve the 1,000 miles in an instant, I can use 700 million points of soul energy to raise the 1,000 miles in an instant from the beginner level to the perfected level. Raise it. Ziyue's eyes were determined. He did not hesitate to spend 700 million points of soul energy and chose to raise the level. In an instant, Ziyue felt his heart tighten. Countless insights and cultivation experiences regarding the supreme Tao technique, the 1,000 miles in an instant, appeared in his mind. As for himself, he seemed to have spent countless hours to study and cultivate this supreme Tao technique to the perfected level. The 1,000 miles in an instant is also perfected. As a result, I've improved the 3 Tao arts to the perfect stage. The consumption of soul energy was also extremely terrifying, reaching as much as 1 billion. Now, I only have 700 million soul energy left. Ziwa took a deep breath and looked at the attribute panel again. Looking at the remaining 700 million points of spirit energy on his attribute panel, he felt a little helpless. The consumption this time was really too extravagant. That was more than 2 billion points of spiritual energy. However, it's all worth it. Regardless of whether it was the Heart Sword technique, the True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique, or the 1,000 miles in a breath technique, the increase in his strength was real. It's enough to greatly increase my strength. It's a pity that the 9 Thunder God Destruction technique still hasn't reached the beginner level. Otherwise, even if I have to use up the remaining 700 million souls, I'd still upgrade it to perfection. Ziyue took one last look at his stats window. When he saw that the 9 Lightning God-Destroying seal was still at 99%, he could not help but feel a little regretful. In fact, he valued this Supreme Soul Attack, Dao technique, the most. This was because this technique was enough to make up for his shortcomings and greatly improve his soul attack and defensive techniques. However, it's almost there. This 9 Lightning God-Destroying seal is only one step away from breaking through to the beginner level. I'll need at most 3 to 5 days to be able to cultivate it to the beginner level. If I'm lucky enough to have an epiphany, I might be able to reach the beginner level in the next moment. Ziyue was in extremely good mood. He finally closed his stats window. He wanted to test out his sudden increase in strength. He also wanted to know how mysterious the time acceleration technique was. However, considering the current situation, he suppressed it in the end. "Brother Bai, are you okay?" At this moment, Fan Xingyu, who had been standing beside Ziyue, looked at him and asked in surprise. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that in this short period of time, Ziyue's body seemed to have undergone a shocking change. Even if his aura was not obvious, her spiritual sense was sharp enough to sense it. I'm fine. What'd be wrong?" Ziyue was shocked, but then he said as if nothing had happened. He did not expect that she would still be able to sense his aura even after he had used the Shadow Realm to the extreme. However, he naturally would not explain anything. There was a calm look on his face. The others were also surprised. They could vaguely feel that there was something different about Ziyue, but they could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Fan Xingyu did not delve into it. Instead, she looked at the battlefield with a slightly worried expression and said, "When will this battle end?" In the battlefield, in addition to the nature sect experts, there were also celestial spirit sect cultivators. Her master, Fairy Luo Hua, was fighting fiercely with a demon sect expert. Even though she seemed to have the upper hand, a battle between experts was constantly changing. No one knew who would win or lose, or who would live or die until the end. She was naturally worried. Don't worry, it won't be long before the battle ends. Although there were many experts here this time, the battle between the two sides was actually quite restrained and did not expand the battlefield. Otherwise, the number of experts who died here would not be limited to these. Those low-level cultivators would not be able to escape successfully. Although Lu Hongxiu was also worried, she could see more clearly and replied softly, "That's right. The root of this battle is still Situ Zheng. If he dies, the battle will naturally end, and the enemies will retreat. However, if these experts can't defeat him for a long time, they will also retreat after weighing the pros and cons. After all, this place was not too far from the nature sect. Reinforcements could come at any time. At that time, if they still did not retreat, they would be under great pressure. Moreover, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the two sects and crazily seek revenge. After all, the Nature Sect and Celestial Spirit Sect were the top super sects in the Firmament territory. Once they were angered, not every force could bear it. Even a 9-star Dao Palace, the Azure Mystic Mountain, the 100,000 Mountains, these equally powerful immortal spell powers would have a headache. Therefore, no matter what, the battle between the two sides will not last for too long. Lu Wenshu also hurriedly explained. As the true disciple of the exalted immortal sect's sect master, he naturally had a different understanding of the battle. He knew the bottom line of both sides. As for Situ Zheng, he was only a bait. Even if he had great potential and had a chance to break through to the peak of the nascent spirit realm and reach the supreme realm, he was still not worthy of a supreme realm expert like Mountain Lord Dao Cheng personally taking action. There must be a deeper reason behind this. However, he did not know what it was. Could it be that this was also a test? Or perhaps it was because of what his master had said about the great changes in the world and the collapse of the great Tao. Who knew? It's over. They've retreated. At this moment, Bai Ziwe suddenly spoke in a calm tone. When the others heard this, they were all shocked and hurriedly looked towards the battlefield. However, the battle was fierce and intense, and there was no sign of it ending. In fact, they could clearly sense that the myriad phenomenon sect and celestial spirit sect had many powerful experts, each of whom possessed great strength. However, the enemy this time was not weak either, and there were more of them. Besieged in pairs, the experts of the two sects were in a passive position, and they were at a slight disadvantage. There were even a few who were in imminent danger of dying at any moment. They were puzzled. Where had they retreated? Who had retreated? However, they were soon shocked. A shocking change had taken place on the battlefield. On the battlefield, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared where Sidu Zheng was. It was a handsome young expert. His aura was ethereal, as if he was walking in an illusion. Before he appeared in person, no one could detect his presence. The moment he revealed himself, he immediately unleashed a terrifying aura. His strength as a late-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator was fully displayed. His aura was earth-shattering. With a wave of his hand, the short sword in his hand turned into a flash of light and rapidly pierced forward. A fatal blow. At this moment, Situ Zheng was in the midst of a fierce battle with a demonic expert. He had used all his means and was not in the mood to care about anything else. His attack was earth-shattering. It was decisive and ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Oh no, it's Qingxian Mountain's Taoist hidden death. Situ Zheng's face suddenly turned pale. He did not expect that there would be an enemy expert hiding in the shadows, and he was so close to him. Most importantly, the other party was one of the top 3 assassins in Mount Qingxian in terms of assassination skills. His strength had even reached the late-stage nascent spirit realm. He was well aware of Taoist hidden death's shocking battle record. He had even successfully assassinated an expert at the peak of the nascent spirit realm. When he thought of such strength and means, he felt a chill down his spine. What did he do to deserve it? How could he attract such a powerful expert to attack him? Most importantly, it was a sneak attack. Uncle Master, attack! Anxiously, Situ Zheng quickly shouted. Immediately after, the space in front of Situ Zheng was torn open. Then, an old man with white hair and a ruddy face rushed out of the space crack. Old Monster Ding Chun? Is that Old Monster Cloud Mist's junior brother? Old Monster Ding Chun? He's still alive? Taoist Hidden Death's face changed. He was confused and vigilant. He found it hard to believe. Old Monster Cloud Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun were rumored to be disciples of the Hidden Immortal Sect. Although there were few disciples in the Hidden Immortal Sect, it was only passed down by word of mouth. However, their inheritance was extremely high. In this generation, there were 2 existences at the peak of the nascent spirit realm, Old Monster Cloud Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun. Among them, Old Monster Ding Chun's strength was actually higher than Old Monster Cloud Mist's. However, it was rumored that he had entered the immortal battlefield more than 100 years ago and had already fallen. No one expected him to appear again after 100 years. Most importantly, the way he appeared was simply too shocking. He was directly in the turbulence of space. When Situ Zheng was in real danger, he suddenly tore open the space barrier and stepped into the turbulence of space. Don't worry, disciple nephew. With me around, no one could do anything to you. As soon as the old man appeared, he chuckled. Then, without hesitation, he stretched out a palm and flicked his finger. Bang! A stream of light quickly rushed out and landed on the short sword. Bang! It was as if gold and iron had collided. The ferocious and swift short sword was directly sent flying by this stream of light. Then, he struck out with his palm. Amidst the mighty momentum, a mountain-like palm print slammed down. Oh no! Daoist Hidden Death's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the huge palm print, he hurriedly retreated. However, the speed of the palm print was too fast. As it moved, the surrounding space seemed to be compressed and collapsed, greatly affecting his speed. The palm print landed directly on Daoist Hidden Death's body, and a cloud of blood mist immediately appeared in the void. However, Daoist Hidden Death was indeed a top killer who could be ranked in the top 3 in Qingxian Mountain. His attacks were fast and tyrannical, and his escape methods were even more astonishing. The cloud of blood mist condensed slightly and quickly revealed Daoist Hidden Death's figure. However, his face was even paler. Then his figure flashed, and he directly dove into the void and disappeared. He's quite fast. Seeing this, the old man did not chase after him. Instead, he stood guard around Situ Zheng with a relaxed and casual look on his face. Right at this moment, the space in the distance suddenly collapsed, and then a figure that seemed to be in a slightly sorry state charged out from within it. Retreat! The figure let out a low roar and turned into a stream of light that quickly disappeared into the distance. Brother Daocheng, don't be in a hurry to leave. Immediately after, the sect master of the myriad sect, Situ Wu, also rushed out of the void turbulence. He shouted loudly and shot out a ray of mystic light. The sect master of Daocheng Mountain let out a muffled groan and staggered. However, he did not stop at all and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Let's go. The Black Ape King, Zhao Guangming, Daoist Wugu, and the others all had expressions on their faces as they frantically fled in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Since you're here, stay. You want to leave after coming here? Do you really think that the Myriad Sect is a pushover? Seeing this, Old Monster Cloudy Mist, Zhugedan, and many other experts naturally did not want to let them go. They all frantically tried to stop them. Then, the sect master of the Myriad Sect, Situ Wu, appeared in the battlefield in a flash. Boom, boom, boom. Several dazzling bolts of lightning exploded and directly struck the Black Ape King of the 100,000 Mountains. The Black Ape King's skin was thick and his strength was tyrannical. He was at the advanced stage of the Primordial Soul Realm, but he could fight against a peak Primordial Soul Realm expert. However, in the face of Situ Wu's attack, he was almost powerless. After being struck by the lightning, his flesh and blood burst open. Even his Primordial Soul, Realm Demon Soul, was in a daze. Then, Old Monster Cloudy Mist took the opportunity to flash a blade light. Puff! The Black Ape King's head flew up. His Primordial Soul, Realm Demon Soul, was also destroyed by the blade light, turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. Chapter 789. How is this possible? Looking at the battlefield, Lu Wenshu looked at Ziyue in disbelief. Fan Qingyu, Lu Hongxiu, and the other Celestial Spirit Sect cultivators were also stunned. It was simply too inconceivable. Ziyue seemed to be able to predict it. A moment ago, the battle was still going on, but the next moment, the situation of the battle was reversed. Then, the old monster Deng Chun attacked. The master of the Myriad Sect defeated the master of Mount Qingxian. The Black Ape King died, and the enemies retreated. It was too much of coincidence. Ziyue's expression did not change, but he was also a little surprised. He also did not detect the traces of the top assassin of Mount Qingxian, the hidden death Taoist. He also did not expect that the old monster Deng Chun was hiding in the void turbulence outside the space membrane and suddenly broke through the space membrane at the critical moment and stepped in. The reason why he had the judgment that the battle was about to end and that the enemies were about to retreat was because outside the void turbulence, the two powerful cultivators of the impasse had already decided the winner. Ordinary Golden Elixir Realm cultivators might not be able to detect the battle situation in the void turbulence, but it was not difficult for him. This was because his strength, means, perception, and understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth had already reached an incomparably profound level. Even though there was a space membrane, he could vaguely sense the battle situation inside. However, the strength of a powerful cultivator of the impasse is really terrifying. Previously, it was a little difficult to judge through the space membrane. Until now, when I saw the master of the myriad sect, Situ Wu, strike the Black Ape King, I really realized the mystery. Under the crisscrossing thunder and lightning, not only does it have the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, it also has the tyrannical power of primordial spirit attack. The combination of the two is not only terrifying, but also impossible to guard against. Ziyue looked at Situ Wu's attack. He was not surprised that the other party's casual attack had severely injured the Black Ape King. However, the mystery of the Tao of heaven and earth contained in that attack, and the combination of primordial spirit attack and Tao technique attack made him amazed. It was too exquisite. He did not expect that the two would complement each other and combine together so harmoniously. In that case, can I use this method as a reference and integrate it into my attacks? If the destructive power of the Heartsword technique is fused with the primordial attack of the 9 Lightning God Destruction Seal, or if it is fused with the 9 Extinction Swords. Ziyue quickly thought of himself. In particular, he had already cultivated many Tao techniques to the level of perfection. His understanding of the mysteries was already extremely thorough. Combined with the mysteries of the operation of the 9 Lightning God-Destroying Seal, even though his cultivation of the 9 Lightning God-Destroying Seal was still at the beginner stage, there were naturally endless changes in his imagination. It seems feasible. Suddenly, Ziyue's heart moved inexplicably, faintly feeling a trace of opportunity. However, it wasn't the proto-magnetic divine light, the 9 Extinction divine sword, or the heart sword art that he had envisioned. Instead, it was an offensive art that he had comprehended early on and had reached the level of perfection. It was the Grand Immortal Martial Palm. Is there a possibility that the Grand Immortal Martial Palm imprint is compatible with the 9 Lightning God Extermination art? Can they depend on each other, change, and display their effects? Ziyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Grand Immortal Martial Palm imprint was the ultimate skill that he had made a name for himself in the early days of the ancient desolate region. Later on, even though he had deduced and raised it to the level of a divine power, it was still far from being comparable to Tao techniques and great divine powers. Even if it had the ability to attack the primordial spirit, it wouldn't be very useful. However, it's not impossible to give it a try. I believe that with this as a foundation, I might be able to deduce and create a technique that can be used in the future. Not to mention, a flash of inspiration suddenly erupted from Ziyue's eyes. His mind flickered rapidly as he recalled Situ Wu's lightning strike, as well as the flash of inspiration in his mind when he combined the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal and the Grand Immortal Martial Palm imprint. Within the lightning, there was a primordial spirit attack. They depended on each other and fused together. The Grand Immortal Martial Palm imprint and the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal canceled each other out and influenced each other. Yet there was a trace of harmony between them. Both were so compatible with the Great Tao. So that's how it is. That's how it is. No wonder my 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal has always been difficult to master. It turns out that it wasn't because my soul hadn't transformed into the primordial spirit, but because my cultivation direction was wrong. The primordial spirit attack that I envisioned was a method to injure the enemy and disrupt them. It was a method to assist in battle. But in reality, the key to the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal was the word extermination. Exterminating the primordial spirit and exterminating the soul is the same as other offensive Tao techniques. Although with the help of the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal, I can also defend against the primordial spirit attack of the enemy. Ultimately, it is still an offensive technique. It is fundamentally different from my innate mystique. Dazed, Ziyue was suddenly jolted awake. He finally understood why he couldn't master the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal. Immediately after, with a change of mindset, He tried to comprehend the 9 lightning god extermination seal. Very quickly, he gained even more understanding. Then, his mind was focused and a carefree expression appeared on his face. I've succeeded. I've mastered the supreme primordial spirit attack, Tao technique, the 9 lightning god extermination seal. Bai Ziyue was overjoyed. He looked at the stats window and saw the words beginner's level after the 9 lightning god-destroying seal. I've mastered the 9 lightning god extermination seal. I can finally make up for the shortcomings of my primordial spirit attack and defense. With the improvement of his combat strength, Ziyue's enemies were also more powerful. For example, in the trip to the Dragon Palace, if the extraterrestrial demon's primordial spirit had not suffered an unimaginable injury and could not use the primordial spirit attack, Ziyue would not have been a match for the extraterrestrial demon, let alone seriously injure him. But now, Ziyue was in the purple-green mountains, where the celestial method forces were the most prosperous in the firmament territory. There were many primordial spirit realm experts. He could almost meet primordial spirit realm experts anytime and anywhere. If the extraterrestrial demon had mastered an exquisite primordial spirit attack, it could also pose a great threat to him. He could not tolerate this. This was also the reason why he valued the 9 lightning god extermination seal so much. Now that he had mastered the 9 lightning god extermination seal, he could not wait to upgrade it with the help of the attribute panel. My spiritual energy has reached more than 800 million, almost 900 million. It should be enough for me to upgrade it to the complete level. Ziyue looked at the number of spiritual energy again. The fall of the Black Ape King and other experts had greatly increased his spiritual energy, which gave him more confidence. I can upgrade the primordial spirit attack, Tao technique, 9 lightning god extermination seal from the beginner to the initial level by spending 120 million spiritual energy. It's just from the beginner to the initial level, but the consumption of spiritual energy is 20 million more than the other supreme Tao techniques. Indeed, the primordial spirit attack is far more mysterious and difficult to master than the other attack techniques. Comparatively speaking, the amount of soul energy required to upgrade is also slightly more. Ziyue raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, a determined look appeared on his face. Although 120 million points of soul power was a lot, it was nothing to Bai Ziyue, who had just spent 1 billion points of soul power. Upgrade. Ziyue did not hesitate anymore. Boom. In the blink of an eye, countless cultivation methods, cultivation experiences, and insights regarding the 9 lightning god-destroying seal quickly appeared in his mind. It was as if he had really gone through tens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation and directly raised it to the small success stage. I didn't expect that the initial level 9 lightning god extermination seal would have such a significant effect on the upgrade of my spiritual energy. The Great Spirit Golden Silk in my spiritual energy is already 70% full. Only 30% is left before it can be completely filled and my spiritual energy will evolve into a golden spiritual energy. Ziyue then looked at the number of Great Spirit Golden Silk in his spiritual energy. The Great Spirit Golden Silk that had originally occupied 50% of the area had now reached 70%. He was a little excited when he thought about the Great Spirit Golden Silk's effect on him. If he upgraded the 9 lightning god extermination seal to perfection, would the Great Spirit Golden Silk fill his entire spiritual energy? Or even go one step further and transform his spiritual energy into a golden spiritual energy? Perhaps there was no such thing as a golden spiritual energy, but he was looking forward to it. Continue. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and once again looked at the attribute panel. Spend 240 million spiritual energy to upgrade the primordial spirit offensive Tao technique 9 lightning god extermination seal from initial level to greater level. Spend 480 million spiritual energy to upgrade the primordial spirit offensive Tao technique 9 lightning god extermination seal from greater level to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade it one after another. In an instant, a total of 720 million spiritual energy was consumed. In addition to the previous 120 million spiritual energy, his spiritual energy was reduced from 870 million spiritual energy to only 30 million spiritual energy. However, it was all worth it. This is because my spiritual energy has been completely filled by the Great Spirit Golden Silk. Although it did not transform into a golden spiritual energy, it was still very powerful. However, under the combination of the Great Soul Golden Thread and Soul Power, the power of the Great Soul Golden Thread had increased tremendously. Most importantly, the perfect level of the 9 Lightning God-Destroying Seal not only completely made up for my shortcomings, but also turned it into my strength. To a certain extent, it was even more useful than the 9 Lightning God-Destroying Seal, the 9 Extinction God Sword, and the Heart Sword Art. At the very least, I am not afraid of any late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm expert. Even if I am faced with a Primordial Spirit attack from a peak Primordial Spirit Realm expert, I am not completely powerless. Ziyue silently compared his combat strength. Previously, his offensive and defensive techniques were all at the peak of the late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm. As for his speed, it was slightly slower than a peak late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm expert, but it was still barely at the late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm, which was equivalent to a third-class late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm expert. Only Primordial Spirit attacks and defensive techniques were left. Although his spiritual energy was perfected and the Great Spirit Golden Silk did not make him too weak, he was only slightly stronger than a second-class mid-stage Primordial Spirit Realm expert. If he were to face an attack from a late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm expert, it would be very dangerous. He would lose consciousness and be at the mercy of his opponent due to the intense pain in his spiritual energy. However, the situation was completely different now that the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal had been perfected. While Ziyue was perfecting the 9 Lightning God Extermination Seal, the battle in the distance had also stopped after Mountain Lord Dao Cheng, Zhao Guangming, and the other experts had escaped. Situ Wu and Zhuge from the Myriad Sect, Old Monster Cloud Mist, and Old Monster Ding Chun from the Spirit Hidden Sect, and many other experts from the Celestial Spirit Sect. Many experts from the invading enemies had fallen. The experts from the various sects had also suffered some losses. Soon, Fairy Luo Hua from the Celestial Spirit Sect rushed over from afar. When she saw that Fan Qingyu was safe and sound, her expression relaxed. "Master, are you all right?" Fan Qingyu also stepped forward and asked worriedly. "Greetings, Martial Ant." Senior Luo Hua, Lu Hongxiu, Lu Wanshu, and the others also stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Fairy Luo Hua." Bai Ziyue followed the good advice and bowed as well. Now, he knew that Fairy Luo Hua was the master of Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu'er. She had taken good care of the 2 girls, and he felt a little more respect and gratitude. "I'm fine." Fairy Luo Hua waved her hand and then looked at Ziyue. She asked, "This is?" With her eyesight, she could see that her disciple was looking at Ziyue with an unusual gaze. She immediately felt suspicious and became a little wary. After examining him carefully, she realized that his celestial techniques were not weak. He was at the peak of the Golden Elixir Realm. Her expression relaxed. Although the celestial techniques at the peak of the Golden Elixir Realm were nothing to her, if he was less than 1,000 years old, he could be considered a young talent. There was a possibility that he could reach the Primordial Soul Realm. "I'm Ziyue. My Taoist name is..." Ziyue looked calm and was about to speak. Fan Qingyu was afraid that Ziyue would reveal too much, so she quickly said, "Master, this is a friend I made in the ancient barren domain. His name is Ziyue, and his Taoist name is Kunlu." With his own strength, he crossed the 100,000 mountains and arrived in the Firmament territory. "We just happened to meet here. You're also from the ancient barren domain." Fairy Luo Hua was shocked. She said, "As far as I know, the ancient barren domain is a place with no celestial techniques. The strongest one is only at the God realm. My young friend's cultivation is not weak. How did you reach such a realm in such a short time?" She knew that her disciple was very young. Even if Baiziue was at the peak of the God realm when he was in the ancient desolate region, it was almost impossible for him to reach the peak of the golden core realm in a few years, or at most 10 years. It's just luck. It's nothing. Zus smiled and said. He knew that anyone who saw his cultivation progress and the change in his strength would be suspicious. However, it was related to the attribute panel. Naturally, he would not reveal it casually. Since it was not easy to explain, he might as well not explain it. Saying that it was just luck could also explain everything. It would be inappropriate for others to probe further. Chapter 790. Not everyone can reach the Golden Core realm, not to mention that you are from the ancient desolate region. This is even rarer. Luo Hua Fairy smiled and said with a deep meaning, Everyone. At this moment, after the battle had ended, the experts of the Wanxiang sect cleaned up the battlefield. A figure stood up and looked around with a dignified gaze. His aura covered the sky. It was Situ Wu, the sect leader of the nature sect and an ultimate primordial soul realm expert. In an instant, all the voices of discussion stopped. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for specially coming to watch my son, Situ Zheng, transcend the tribulation. Although there was a small accident in the middle, it was more daunting than dangerous. It could be considered a happy event. I sincerely invite all of you to attend my son's primordial soul realm ceremony in a month's time to celebrate the birth of another primordial soul realm cultivator in the nature sect. I hope all of you will come. As soon as he finished speaking, congratulatory voices came from all directions. Situ Wu had been famous in the firmament territory for a long time. He was known as the strongest among the younger generation. Now that he had passed the tribulation transcendence and reached the primordial soul realm, his reputation was immediately enhanced. Moreover, it was Situ Wu, the sect leader of the nature sect and an ultimate primordial soul realm expert, who had personally spoken. No matter who it was, they had to show him some respect. Naturally, no one dared to be stingy with their flattery. Also, as everyone knows, the nature sect and the celestial spirit sect have been good friends for generations. We have stood in the firmament territory together for tens of thousands of years. This time, my friends from the celestial spirit sect have also contributed to the invasion of the firmament territory. I'm very grateful for that. Therefore, now that my son has successfully passed the tribulation transcendence, I would like to have a good relationship with the celestial spirit sect and ask for marriage. I wonder what the celestial spirit sect thinks. As he spoke, Situ Wu's gaze fell on the primordial soul realm elders of the celestial spirit sect. Finally, he swept his gaze in the direction of the seventh elder of the celestial spirit sect, Luo Hua Fairy. Of course, Situ Zheng is one of the top young talents in the firmament territory and even the entire astral world. Now that he has broken through to the primordial soul realm, his strength is unparalleled. His future achievements are immeasurable. Perhaps he will be the next immortal path expert in the astral world. The celestial spirit sect naturally has no reason to refuse. Who would be so fortunate as to catch fellow Taoist Situ Zheng's attention and become his Tao companion? Taoist Qing Quan, the second elder of Heavenly Spirit sect, and Taoist Wang, the fifth elder of Heavenly Spirit sect, spoke one after another. To be exact, it landed on Fan Qingyu, who was standing behind Fairy Luo Hua. Naturally, they were aware of Situ Zheng's deep feelings for Fan Qingyu. Previously, he had visited the Heavenly Spirit sect's little clear rain pavilion just to see Fan Qingyu. Now that he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the immortal soul stage, it was obvious how urgent he was to propose a marriage alliance. As the celestial spirit sect's few primordial soul experts in this area, the elders were naturally happy to see this happen. Situ Zheng greets Luo Hua Fairy. At this moment, Situ Zheng hurried over and bowed respectfully to Luo Hua Fairy. Then, he looked at Fan Qingyu and said excitedly, Qingyu, what do you think? Instantly, all the cultivators' eyes widened. Even those who were not well-informed understood that Situ Zheng wanted a marriage alliance with Fan Qingyu of the Celestial Spirit sect. As they gazed at Fan Qingyu's moving figure and her extraordinary aura that adhered closely to the Grand Tao, even if her face was covered by a purple veil, everyone still revealed expressions of sudden understanding in their hearts. No wonder Situ Zheng's Tao heart was wavering, and he could not wait. Anyone would be tempted by Fan Qingyu, who was as beautiful as a fairy and had a unique temperament. Qingyu, what do you think? Tell me directly. If you're not willing, I will not make things difficult for you. Fairy Luo Hua Fairy looked deeply at Situ Zheng and then said in a cold voice. She had some admiration for Situ Zheng. Talent, potential, strength, conduct, future achievements. He was exceptional in all aspects. Furthermore, he had endured the heavenly tribulation and passed it successfully. She guessed that no one would not be tempted. If she were 1,000 years younger, she would not be able to resist his charm and would be deeply attracted to him. Moreover, the Celestial Spirit sect and the Myriad sect had cooperated in many ways for the upcoming calamity. Indeed, they needed a marriage alliance to consolidate their interests. Therefore, she was actually quite happy to see Fan Qingyu and Situ Zheng get together. However, she valued her own disciple even more. Naturally, she would not treat her disciple as a trading partner just for the sake of benefits alone. With her strength and status in the Celestial Spirit sect, she did not need to do so. Junior Sister Qingyu. Lu Wenshu spoke up as well, nervous that Fan Qingyu would suddenly agree. Even if he'd only approached Fan Qingyu on the orders of the exalted immortal sect master, how could he not be tempted by someone as otherworldly as Fan Qingyu, whose every move was like a goddess descending upon the world? He did not want to see her become someone else's Tao partner. However, Situ Zheng's aura was too strong. Coupled with the gazes of many experts from the nature sect, as well as Old Monster Cloudy Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun, who were both at the pinnacle of the primordial soul realm behind Situ Zheng, he dare not say anything no matter how unwilling he was. Qingyu, it's too hard to walk the path of the great Tao alone. I hope to have you by my side in the future. Situ Zheng smiled and looked confidently at Fan Qingyu. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the female cultivators were intoxicated. Such words of love from Situ Zheng, the strongest of the younger generation, were too much of an impact on them. They wished they could take his place and answer loudly. Fan Qingyu didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked at Ziyue. Ziyue happened to look at her as well, his expression conflicted and a little lost. He wanted to say something, but all his words seemed to pale in this moment. For the first time, he felt helpless. Fan Qingyu was the first woman he'd met who had moved his heart. That was why he'd risked everything to save her in the ancient desolation city when she was in danger. They hadn't seen each other for several years, but his initial feelings hadn't changed. Brother Bai, do you want me to become Tao partners with someone else? Fan Qingyu suddenly transmitted. Of course not. Ziyue was pleasantly surprised. He knew what she meant, so he quickly replied. In an instant, Fan Qingyu's uneasy heart calmed down. She could see the love in by Ziyue's eyes, and she could also hear his intentions from his words. That was enough for her. A trace of joy appeared on his face as he smiled. This smile was as beautiful as a flower, moving one's soul. She dazed everyone, surprised Situ Zheng, disappointed Lu Wenshu, comforted the experts of the Myriad Phenomenon sect and Heavenly Spirit sect, envied countless female cultivators, and made many cultivators jealous, but only Fan Qingyu herself knew who she was smiling for. After that, Fan Qingyu opened her mouth. Her voice was indifferent, but her tone was firm. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Situ. But I have my own pursuit of the great Tao, and I don't want to become Tao partners with you. Even though she already had someone in her heart, she didn't want to drag Ziyue into this and put him in danger. That was why she rejected him on the grounds of pursuing the great Tao. What? She rejected him? Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Almost no one expected Fan Qingyu to reject him. This marriage alliance was something that the Myriad Phenomenon sect and Heavenly Spirit sect had already agreed on. It was only a public confirmation to spread the news. The rumor that Situ Zheng was pursuing Fan Qingyu was actually a kind of prelude. The two great sects were also happy to see it happen, in order to create a beautiful story. But Fan Qingyu had rejected him. She had rejected him in front of so many elders, the myriad phenomenon sect master, and the supreme realm expert Situ Wu. She really had guts. Fan Qingyu, do you know what you're saying? Two loud shouts were heard one after the other. They sounded like thunder. It was the second elder of the heavenly spirit sect, Taoist Qin Quan, and the fifth elder, Perfected Wang. Their gazes were like lightning as they glared at her. A terrifying aura erupted like thunder. Little girl, you have to think carefully. Our Zheng is not someone that anyone can match up to. I don't want to know what you're after, but our Zheng, is the future sect master of the heavenly spirit sect. He can transcend the astral boundary and become a mighty immortal. It's your blessing and luck that he has chosen you. Don't be so ungrateful. Old Monster Yin Wu's and Old Monster Ding Chen's expressions changed as they stared at Fan Qingyu in a low voice. Meanwhile, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. Both of them were powerful and unscrupulous in their actions. They were very special in the immortal spell world. No one dared to offend them. Even the sect master of the heavenly spirit sect had to think twice about what they said. Now that they had displayed their aura and looked at her, it was very stressful. Fan Qingyu was sweating profusely. She was very uncomfortable. Senior brother Qin Quan, senior brother to Wang, since my disciple is unwilling, are you going to force her? Seeing this, Fairy Luo Hua hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of her. She said coldly, Senior Yunwu, Senior Ding Chun, both of you are highly respected seniors in the world of immortal spells. You wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl over such a trivial matter, right? We won't make things difficult for her. But you? That might not be the case. Old Monster Yunwu laughed strangely and said in a cold voice, Others may be afraid of the heavenly spirit sect, but I'm not. Fairy Luo Hua, don't forget that if it weren't for the sect master of the myriad sect, you would have died 700 years ago. At this time, the fourth elder of the myriad sect, Wan Hong, said with a cold smile. Fairy Luo Hua's expression changed. 700 years ago, when she went out to explore, she did fall into a desperate situation. It was the sect master of the myriad sect, Situ Wu, who happened to pass by and rescued her. She was grateful for this. Her elder brother, the sect master of the heavenly spirit sect, personally came to thank him. But after all, she owed him a favor, and a favor was the most difficult to repay in the immortal spell world. Master, Fan Qingyu's face turned pale. She felt helpless. She dared to say no, because her master was the one who had the most confidence. But if even her master compromised, her eyes immediately revealed an incomparably panicked look. Once again, she felt the importance of strength in the immortal spell world. If she had strong strength, why would she let her fate be controlled by others? Ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Ziyue walked out of the crowd and looked at the many experts with disdain. He said, I didn't expect the myriad sect to openly force a little girl. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. Who are you? Since when is it your turn to speak? The third elder of the myriad sect, fourth elder Wan Hong, and the fifth elder of the heavenly spirit sect, Taoist Wang, all changed their expressions and reprimanded him. Brother Bai, Fan Qingyu's expression changed, and she hurriedly grabbed Ziyue's hand. Don't worry. Since you don't want to, then no one can change your mind. Ziyue smiled and said, Also, I said that I don't want you to be someone else's cultivation partner, so no one can take you away from me. Kid, some things can't be said carelessly. You'll lose your life. Old Monster Cloudy Mist said coldly. Who are you? Situ Zheng stared at Ziyue, especially when he saw Fan Qingyu holding his hand. That kind of intimacy made his Dao heart unsteady, and his eyes turned red. Me? Ziyue, Dao title Kunlun. Of course, you can also call me Taoist Bei Ming. At this moment, although Bai Ziyue's figure was not stalwart, his voice was calm and unhurried. He was indeed very confident. Even in the face of so many experts of the myriad phenomenon sect, such as Old Monster Cloudy Mist, Old Monster Ding Chun, and even the sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect, his expression did not change much. With the upgrade of his stats panel, all his skills were raised to the extreme. He was not even afraid of peak primordial spirit experts. Coupled with the spiritual treasure, Kunwa Golden Pagoda, and the stats panel's ability to backtrack and accelerate time. Even if the sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect personally attacked, it would not be difficult for him to escape even if he was not a match. Taoist Bei Ming? He's Taoist Bei Ming? Who is Taoist Bei Ming? Taoist Bei Ming. It's said that he's a new peerless expert in the immortal spell world. His strength is tyrannical and terrifying. It's said that he's able to slay immortals and slay primordial spirits with his sword. Furthermore, from what I know, he has killed quite a number of primordial spirit realm experts, such as Patriarch Bitterchue of the True Devil Sect and Patriarch Rising Cloud of the Nine-Star Tao Palace. Compared to him, the Nine Extinction Sword King of the Heavenly Spirit Sect is nothing. Alright, it's said that Taoist Bei Ming also has a shocking battle record when the Dragon Palace appeared in the Endless Sea. I didn't expect that he would appear here too. A cultivator could not help but exclaim. Chapter 791. Yes. I've heard of him before. Some people even listed him as one of the four most powerful geniuses of the current generation, along with Jiang Moyu from the True Law Domain, Baigu Taoist from the Sky Demon Domain, and Situ Zheng from the Firmament Domain. Now that Situ Zheng has successfully passed the tribulation and reached the primordial soul realm, he's going to stand out. However, Taoist North Ming dared to speak up under such circumstances. It's really admirable. No wonder he's called one of the four geniuses. There were even some cultivators who had a look of realization on their faces as they exclaimed in admiration. Taoist Bei Ming still dared to step out and publicly support Fan Qingyu in the face of so many powerful cultivators from the Myriad Phenomenon sect, the two old monsters at the peak of the primordial soul realm from the Spirit Hidden sect, and the many elders from the Celestial Spirit sect. Taoist North Ming. You're Taoist North Ming? Situ Zheng's expression changed, and he looked at Zus seriously. As the most powerful genius of the Myriad sect, he was well informed. He naturally knew of Taoist North Ming's name, and he knew that Taoist North Ming was the only one in the Firmament Domain who could compete with him. He had been regretting that he couldn't meet Taoist North Ming to see who was the most powerful genius in the Firmament Domain. He didn't expect Taoist North Ming to show himself now. Moreover, he had an unusual relationship with Fan Qingyu. Taoist Clear Spring, Dewang Perfected, and the others from the Celestial Spirit sect were also shocked. As the higher-ups of the Celestial Spirit sect, they naturally knew about the grudge between Taoist North Ming and the Celestial Spirit sect. The first senior brother of the Sovereign Mountain, the Jiuju Sword King, had died at his hands. Now that the other party had appeared in front of them and even stood out to stop the marriage between the Heavenly Spirit sect and the Myriad Phenomenon sect, under the new and old grudges, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. However, even though they had the intention to kill him, the most important thing was still to be done. The attitude of Situ Zheng and the Myriad sect was the most important thing. They couldn't directly attack. Therefore, they could only wait for the development of the situation. That's me. Bai Zue smiled faintly and said, "To be clear, I'm not from the Firmament territory. I'm from the ancient desolate realm, the Celestial Skill Desert." Since he had already made a public appearance, there was no need for him to hide anything. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that someone would track him down and threaten the people he was familiar with and cared about. This was because the ancient barren region's environment had changed drastically after the Great War of the Immortals. Terrifying, malevolent auras, sword chi, and murderous auras were everywhere. Furthermore, the immortal extermination array enveloped the region. Even primordial soul realm experts would be in grave danger if they stepped into the region. It was said that the old freak Ding Chun, who was at the peak of the primordial soul realm, had died because he stepped into the immortal battlefield. Although he was unharmed, there had been no news of him for 100 years. This was enough to show how terrifying the immortal battlefield was. Not to mention that they were deep in the immortal battlefield, where the ancient desolate realm was located. It's actually someone from the ancient barren region. Everyone turned pale with fright, extremely surprised. What was even more unexpected was that a place as barren as the ancient desolate region would actually be able to produce a cultivator as powerful and talented as Ziyue. However, when they looked at Fan Qingyu, they calmed down. No matter where one was, there would always be geniuses. With Fan Qingyu, it was not impossible for there to be another Ziyue. This means that Jiang Moyu, Taoist priest White Bone, Sidu Zheng, and Ziyue, the Taoist priest North Ming, are really from a region each. They're the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Domain Monarch for Domain Monarchs. I thought it was a little ridiculous before, but now it seems that it's very fitting. There were even some cultivators who were muttering, as if they had discovered something incredible. They were all excited. He's from the ancient desolate region and has a Taoist name, Kunlun. The murderous intent in Taoist priest Clear Spring and perfected Dewang's eyes grew even more intense. The name Kunlun Taoist had caused quite a stir in the Celestial Spirit sect back then. He was almost on the Celestial Spirit sect's must-kill list. It should be known that those on the Celestial Spirit sect's must-kill list were all famous and powerful figures. Even the weakest of them was in the middle and late Golden Core realm. The Kunlun Taoist was only at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm back then. One could imagine how furious the Heavenly Spirit sect was for him to be on the list. It was only because the ancient desolate region was a long journey and the environment was special that it could only be safely crossed once every 30 years. That was why the Kunlun Taoist name was gradually removed from the must-kill list under Fan Qingyu's efforts. However, this name did enter the ears of the Heavenly Spirit sect's higher-ups, and they felt greatly offended. Who would have thought that the main culprit was now right in front of them? No matter where you're from or what reputation you have outside, don't blame me for being rude if you dare to interfere in the matter between me and Fan Qingyu. Situ Zheng also raised his eyebrows slightly and looked surprised. Then his gaze turned cold, and his aura surged. Fan Qingyu was the only woman who had moved his heart since he became famous. Now, in front of countless cultivators, she had passed the heavenly tribulation, reached the nascent soul realm, and was in the interest of the cooperation between the myriad phenomenon sect and the heavenly spirit sect. She had openly revealed her true feelings and wanted to marry him to become Taoist companions. In the end, not only was he rejected, but he also saw with his own eyes that she had an extraordinary relationship with Ziyue and behaved intimately. How could he tolerate that? Shame. This was even a kind of shame. At this moment, the more famous Ziyue was and the stronger he was, the happier he felt. Because only by defeating Ziyue publicly in front of all the cultivators would he be able to prove his strength. He would let countless people see that he was stronger and more outstanding than Ziyue. He would let countless people see clearly that it wasn't that he wasn't good enough, but that Fan Qingyu's vision was poor and she chose a weakling. Only then would he be able to wash away this shame. I won't bully you. When we fight, I will only show the strength of the peak of the Gold Core realm. As he said this, Situ Zheng narrowed his eyes and showed an extremely confident look. He said in a low voice, "I'd like to see how you, Taoist Northming, can be as famous as me." In the world of immortal spells, strength was everything, and he was known as the top cultivator in the Firmament territory, which was not an undeserved reputation. Although he had not really fought with experts of the same generation as Jiang Moyu from the True Law domain and the White Bone Taoist from the Sky Demon domain, he was confident that once he fought with them, he would definitely win. Not to mention that he had already passed the heavenly tribulation and stepped into the primordial spirit realm before them. The increase in confidence brought by strength was even crazier. It also made him look down on Ziyue a little more. After all, he was different from them who had become famous at a young age and fought all the way to the top. Although Ziyue's battle achievements had been spread, very few people had heard of them. Moreover, because the battlefield was too remote and there were relatively few people who actually watched his battle, most of them did not believe in his battle achievements. Although Sidu Zheng would not deny his battle achievements, he did not think that Ziyue really had the strength to be as famous as him. After all, although talent and comprehension had a great impact on a cultivator's strength, in fact, the other party's background had a greater impact. Jiang Moyu, the white-boned Taoist priest, and Situ Zheng, all of them came from good families, had top-notch cultivation methods, and had access to countless resources. What about Ziyue? Born in the ancient barren domain, where immortal skills were barren, cultivation methods were scarce. It was hard to say whether there was a cultivation method that could lead to the Gold Core realm, let alone the Supreme Realm inheritance or the inheritance of a mighty immortal path expert in the spirit-severing realm. Cultivation resources were also scarce, so he could only rely on himself to fight for everything. How could he be compared with them? There's no need. Ziyue glanced at Sidu Zheng and said flatly, even if you use all your battle strength and reveal your primordial spirit realm strength, you are still no match for me. Humph, arrogant. Situ Zheng's expression changed, and he instantly rushed up to the sky and growled, come on, let's see what you're capable of. Brother Bai. Fan Xingyu panicked in her heart and hurriedly pulled by Ziyue's hand. In her heart, she had always thought that Ziyue's strength was extraordinary and his talent was unparalleled. But his cultivation time was too short. Even from the discussions of the people around her, she knew that Ziyue's current strength was also extremely strong. He was known as one of the 4 domain kings and was strong enough to dominate the Golden Core realm. But Situ Zheng's reputation was too great, and he was now a primordial spirit realm expert. Breaking through to the primordial spirit realm from the Purple Pole Golden Core realm was completely different from ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators. Situ Zheng's strength and battle strength were definitely much stronger than ordinary early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivators. He could cross realms and fight against mid-stage primordial spirit realm cultivators. Such strength surpassed any Golden Core realm cultivator, and he was innately undefeatable. Even if Sidu Zheng said that he would only reveal the strength of a Golden Core realm cultivator, who could guarantee that there would not be other unforeseen circumstances in a battle? Therefore, she was anxious, fearful, and extremely worried. Don't worry, a mere Sidu Zheng is not a problem for me. Since I dare to stand up and block the pressure for you, I am confident that I can resolve this matter. With that, Ziyue chuckled and rose slightly into the sky. Countless cultivators on the ground looked excited when they saw this. Although the previous battle was intense, it was too dangerous. They did not even have time to escape and naturally did not have the time to watch the battle. But this time, the battle between Sidu Zheng and Ziyue was open and transparent, and it was a hot topic. Naturally, they paid more attention to it. A battle between the 2 domain kings. As long as they thought of this, their hearts were filled with excitement. They quickly cleared the area, intending to enjoy the intense battle. You have some guts. However, I don't know how strong you are. Situ Zheng snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and a long golden rod swept out. Then, he grabbed it and flung it violently. An incomparably huge shadow of a long rod descended rapidly like a giant pillar. It was majestic like a river of stars in reverse. Kaboom! There was a loud explosion in the air, and the entire world seemed to be squeezed by this long rod and was lifted to both sides. Sky-shocking rod. This is one of Situ Zheng's natal Dharma treasures, the sky-shocking rod. In addition to this sky-shocking rod, he has another natal Dharma treasure, the Chaos Cauldron. Situ Zheng's strongest point was his violet polar golden core and his terrifying strength. What was most commendable about him was his ability to possess 2 natal Dharma treasures. The sky-shocking rod is an offensive weapon, and together with the sky-shocking rod that he has cultivated, its power is really terrifying. The Chaos Cauldron is a defensive weapon. The chaos cauldron and the chaos chi mystic light that he has cultivated complement each other. Even if the chaos chi mystic light is only at the initial stage, it can exert a defensive power comparable to the phenomenal stage. Previously, Situ Zheng relied on the combination of the chaos cauldron and the chaos chi mystic light to block most of the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. This Situ Zheng is indeed generous. He said that he would only show strength comparable to the golden elixir realm, and he really did show strength comparable to the peak of the golden elixir realm. He is indeed a leader of the younger generation. However, even if he only showed strength comparable to the peak of the golden elixir realm, the power of his heaven-shocking strike was also unbelievably tyrannical. This power, this unstoppable and unavoidable attack. Even an early primordial spirit realm expert would find it hard to resist. Should we avoid it? Can you remove the word should? Situ Zheng had fought an Essence Soul Stage cultivator more than 10 years ago and had the battle record of going against the odds to slay an immortal. Over the years, he has fought countless experts and has never lost a battle. Right now, he has only revealed the strength of the peak of the Golden Core realm, and he already possesses such terrifying strength. I wonder how terrifying he would be when he unleashes his full combat strength and completely reveals the combat strength of the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Compared to him, that Taoist Dark North really isn't much at all. Maybe he has some amazing battle records, but after all, he was born in the ancient barren domain, the place where he became famous, the cloud-piercing mountain range, Gusha mountain range, and other small places. It is inevitable that there will be some exaggerations, and no one knows whether it is true or not. With just one attack, Situ Zheng had completely displayed his terrifying power as the top expert of the younger generation in the firmament territory. The mighty long rod swept out like a long river, and its power was unstoppable. Countless people were amazed and almost immediately believed that Situ Zheng would be able to defeat Ziyue and win the battle. Many people even looked at Ziyue with pity in their eyes. It was as if he couldn't bear to see a prodigy who had just begun his journey to rise, fall, and become a laughingstock for others. Brother Bai, Fan Xingyu clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips turned slightly white. Old Monster Cloudy Mist, Old Monster Ding Chun, Zhuge and the others all had satisfied smiles on their faces. They admired Situ Zheng more and more. This was the junior they had all thought highly of, who had unlimited potential and shocking battle strength. They believed that if everything went well, he would be able to grow and become a young leader when the world changed. He would continue to grow and step on the path of becoming an expert, reaching the peak of the primordial spirit realm, the supreme realm expert, or even the separating divinity realm, and become a mighty figure of the immortal path. It was said that, originally, I wanted to personally kill Taoist North Ming and end the feud between him and the Celestial Spirit sect. But now, it seems that martial nephew Situ alone is enough to kill him, which saves us a lot of trouble. Taoist Qing Quan and Immortal De Wong of the Celestial Spirit sect looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 792. The power of this strike is not bad. However, if that's all you have, you will definitely lose. Bai Ziwa glanced indifferently at the rod that was rapidly descending. He laughed softly and said, "All right, I want to see just how mysterious the heart sword technique that I have just raised to the perfect stage is." As he spoke, his mind stirred, and his soul transformed into strands of golden threads that fused with the Dark North flying sword in his body, becoming entangled with the Dark North flying sword. At the same time, the abundant Jindan essence in his body rapidly turned into a torrent and surged into the flying sword. Chi! The Dark North flying sword shot out in a flash. The strike was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. The crowd of cultivators could not see the trajectory at all. They only saw a flash of light before their eyes, and then it disappeared before their eyes in an instant, as if it had never existed. Perhaps only those in the middle or late stages of the primordial spirit realm, or even those at the peak, would be able to catch a trace of it with their divine perception. However, to truly dodge the strike, countless cultivators shook their heads in awe. There were more than 10 primordial spirit realm cultivators present, but less than 5 of them were confident that they could dodge the strike. Puff! The sword light flashed, and everyone saw that the mighty and unstoppable giant shadow of the staff was shattered. Even the body of the shadow, Situ Zheng's natal Dharma treasure, the heaven-startling staff, was broken into 2 with a puff as the flying sword slashed past. The destruction of the natal Dharma treasure would cause an extremely strong backlash to the cultivator. Almost instantly, the arrogant and domineering Situ Zheng spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was as pale as a sheet, and it was obvious that his mind, qi, and primordial spirit had been severely injured. However, Ziyue's strike was not over yet. After breaking the heaven-startling staff, it did not slow down and continued to fly past. Oh no! Situ Zheng's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked and felt a sense of despair. He hurriedly endured the pain of having his natal magic treasure shattered and his primordial spirit damaged. He unleashed his full combat strength and fully displayed the strength of an early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator. He controlled the Chaos Cauldron and even used the Chaos Chi Mystic Light to shield himself within the Chaos Cauldron. Boom! Just as he used the Primordial Chi Profound Light, the flying sword instantly pierced towards him. Block it! Situ Zheng let out a terrified roar. However, the moment the flying sword pierced the immemorial Chi Profound Light defensive shield, he understood that he could not block it. With a pop, the defensive barrier shattered in an instant. The remaining force of the flying sword did not diminish as it landed on the Chaos Cauldron. With a puff, it shattered the Chaos Cauldron like a hot knife through butter, creating a hole in it. Then he directly tapped on his body. No, he roared, and his eyes were filled with despair. Was he going to die? He had just broken through to the immortal soul stage and was full of confidence. Was he going to die now? Countless people's faces were filled with shock. They did not expect the situation to take such a drastic turn for the worse. Situ Zheng, who had already unleashed his full combat strength and displayed the full power of the immortal soul stage, was no match for Ziyue, who was still in the golden core stage. It should be pointed out that Lin Fan had only used one sword move. With one sword move, he had easily pierced through Situ Zheng's 2 natal magic treasures and cut them into pieces. Moreover, the remaining force of the sword had not dissipated and was about to tap on Situ Zheng's body. Was Lin Fan going to kill him as well? How is this possible? Almost everyone felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. The gap between them was too big. It was so big that they could not imagine it. Stop! Old Monster Yunwu, Old Monster Ding Chun, and the first elder of the Myriad sect, Zhuge Dan, immediately shouted angrily and rushed out. Even the sect leader of the Myriad sect, Situ Wu's expression changed. He was about to attack. Naturally, they would not watch Situ Zheng die in front of them. Previously, countless top experts had tried to kill him, but it was impossible. Now, it was even more impossible. Forget it. Ziyue's eyes moved, and he controlled the flying sword to stop. He did not have the intention to kill Situ Zheng. Even though Situ Zheng hated him, Ziyue knew that there was no fundamental conflict between him and Situ Zheng. Moreover, Situ Zheng's public heavenly tribulation had allowed Lin Fan to see the power of the heavenly tribulation. He knew every trace of change in the heavenly tribulation when the heavenly tribulation struck. This gave him more confidence and confidence in his own heavenly tribulation. This, in fact, could be considered a blessing in disguise. Therefore, he did not have the intention to kill Situ Zheng directly. He would just teach him a lesson. Of course, it was also because the experts of the Myriad sect, Old Monster Yunwu, Old Monster Ding Chun, and the other experts were eyeing him covetously. With so many primordial soul experts attacking at the same time, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. Moreover, There was also Sito Wu, the Supreme Realm expert who was said to be invincible. However, Clang, just as Bai Ziyu, was controlling his flying sword to hover in the air. A golden sword pierced out with irresistible force and struck his flying sword fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Ziyue's flying sword was quickly retracted. A faint crack appeared on the flying sword, and its spirituality was greatly damaged. At this moment, Situ Zheng's martial uncle, old monster Ding Chun, attacked. What audacity! What ruthless methods! You actually dared to kill us before our very eyes? He shouted angrily and seemed to be extremely angry. The moment he used his flying sword to block Ziyue's attack, he quickly attacked. He waved his hand. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A large black river rapidly gushed out from an unknown space, sweeping toward Bai Ziyue. Situ Zheng is my only disciple. Since you dare to hurt him, you can only atone for your sins with your death. Then, old monster Yunwu attacked as well. A ball of thick black fog rushed towards Yue as he spoke with a slightly deranged voice. At this moment, two experts at the peak of the primordial soul realm attacked at the same time. With one on the left and one on the right, they cooperated and trapped Ziyue in the void like a net. It was too late to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Be careful. Fan Xing Yu's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. Her heart was filled with panic. She did not expect that old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chun, who had reached the peak of the primordial soul realm, would attack Ziyue without any regard for their dignity. It should be known that anyone with a discerning eye could clearly see that Bai Ziyue had held back at the last moment. His flying sword did not really pierce Situ Zheng's body. There was an obvious pause at the last moment. Old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chun, two experts at the peak of the primordial soul realm, attacked at the same time. Not to mention that Taoist Northming is only at the peak of the golden core realm. Even an expert at the peak of the primordial soul realm would find it difficult to resist. It's a pity that Taoist Northming's talent and strength can be seen from the sword just now. He is far superior to Situ Zheng. He can be said to be the #1 in the world, surpassing Jiang Mayu, Taoist Whitebone, Situ Zheng, and many others of the same generation. Even since ancient times, there was almost no one in the same realm who could be a match for him. It's a pity that old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chun were suspicious of him. They did not care about their dignity and wanted to kill him. Old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chun have always been unscrupulous in their actions. Now that Taoist Dark North had fought Situ Zheng and won, it could be said that he had broken Situ Zheng's legend of invincibility. He had even suppressed the great momentum of Situ Zheng's breakthrough into the primordial spirit realm. He also destroyed the plan that the Myriad Phenomenon sect and the Hidden Immortal sect had been preparing for many years. He also ruined Situ Zheng's chances of competing for the position of the youth leader. Naturally, old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chun were enraged and wanted to kill him. Therefore, even if Taoist Northming held back at the last moment, they would still accuse Taoist Northming of being on the opposite side and kill him. Moreover, if Taoist Northming dies, even if Situ Zheng's legend of invincibility is broken, there is still a chance to redeem it. After all, his strength is indeed unparalleled. There is almost no one in the same generation who could be a match for him. As long as the stronger Taoist Northming dies, then the position of the youth leader will naturally fall to him. This is the world of immortal spells. It is full of danger, and every step is dangerous. What you see may not be true. Who knows what the other party is planning? If you affect the other party's plan, no matter how innocent you are, you will have to die. There were countless experts at the scene, and all of them were very observant. There were even experts who knew about the many schemes of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, the Hidden Immortal sect, and even the Heavenly Spirit sect. After some analysis, they almost immediately explained old monster Yunwu and old monster Ding Chen's intentions. Shameless. Ziyue's expression changed slightly. Almost immediately, he summoned the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. As his body trembled, layers of extremely fine, scale-like patterns suddenly appeared on his body. These patterns, along with the emergence of Jindan energy, immediately formed the shadow of a dragon and enveloped him. It was the supreme defensive Dao technique that he had used, the true Dragon Black Armor technique. With the double layer of defense of the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and the true Dragon Black Armor technique, Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the surging black river and endless clouds immediately blasted the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. However, they were unable to shake it at all. The remaining power, after layers of weakening, landed on Ziyue's body. However, it was unable to even shake the spiritual light of the defensive armor on his body. How is this possible? What kind of Dharma treasure is this? Even my black river of polluted water could not shake it at all. You have to know that even a superior grade primordial soul stage treasure would be greatly damaged, and its power would be greatly reduced if it touches my black river of polluted water. Also, my bone-corroding cloud mist can corrode everything. When combined with your black river of polluted water, even a superior grade primordial soul stage treasure would not be able to withstand it for long. In the end, look at that treasure. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. Old Monster Ding Chun and Old Monster Cloudy Mist expressions changed drastically. They were somewhat in disbelief. Immediately after, they seemed to have thought of something. Instantly, an extremely hot glow appeared in their eyes. Numinous treasure. This is a numinous treasure. This was because only a numinous treasure could completely block their black river of polluted water and bone-corroding cloud mist without being damaged in the slightest. This numinous treasure is completely golden, is shaped like a pagoda with layers upon layers. Could it be the legendary one in the Dragon Palace? The 9-dragon golden pagoda? Seeing this from afar, Situ Wu's expression changed. He revealed a look of shock. One had to know that there were extremely few numinous treasures recorded in the entire astral boundary. The appearance of each numinous treasure could almost cause an uproar. Countless cultivators would flock to it, causing a huge war to break out. It could be said to be incomparably precious. It could cause the top primordial soul realm powerhouses and even supreme realm powerhouses to be tempted. Even he did not expect that Ziyue would actually have one on him. If not for the fact that there were so many fellow cultivators present, and that it would be embarrassing, he would not have been able to hold himself back and rush forward to fight for it. Kill. Die. Old Monster Ding Chun and Old Monster Cloudy Mist had been in the same sect for thousands of years. Their minds were connected. The moment they realized that Ziyue had taken out a numinous treasure, they understood each other's intentions. A numinous treasure. How rare and precious was it? Both of them were at the peak of the primordial soul realm. Yet, they did not have one. Even the sect leader of the Thousand Phenomenon sect, Situ Wu, who was at the supreme realm, was only allowed to use his numinous treasure when the sect was facing a great calamity. Normally, it was impossible for him to take it out of the sect. In the end, Ziyue, who they thought to be weak, actually had one. How could they not be envious and greedy? Snatch it. They had to snatch it. No matter if it was for the sake of the spirit-hidden sect or for the sake of their own spiritual treasures, they were determined to obtain this spiritual treasure. In an instant, both of them unleashed their full strength. While maintaining the black river of polluted water and the bone-corroding mist to continuously rush towards the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, they also unleashed their other techniques. Boom, boom, boom. They quickly landed on the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. They were confident that although the numinous treasure was powerful, it also depended on the strength of the user. Even if a golden core realm cultivator used the numinous treasure, it would be difficult for him to unleash even 1/10,000th of its power. Not to mention, the strength of the opponent's Jindan essence and defensive techniques were far inferior to that of a primordial soul realm powerhouse. They believed that as long as they attacked with their full strength, even if Taoist North Ming hid inside and did not come out, he would still be killed by them. Indeed, their strength has reached the peak of the primordial soul realm. especially Old Monster Cloudy Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun. Both of them are veteran primordial soul realm powerhouses. Their combat strength is tyrannical and their techniques are comprehensive. Not only are their attacks extremely strong, but they're also proficient in primordial soul attacks. If not for the fact that I have already cultivated the 9 Thunder God Destroying Seal to perfection and covered my entire soul with a great soul golden silk, which gave me an additional layer of top-notch defensive techniques, it would have been difficult for me to block their attacks. Zuf felt a slight piercing pain in his soul, but his heart relaxed. Immediately after, he attacked without hesitation. With a thought, the flying sword that was flying backwards turned into a ray of flowing light and rushed out rapidly. Heart Sword, true honorable inheritance. Heart Sword art. At the same time, Zuf felt as if he had a stroke of luck. He stretched out his hand and tapped on the flying sword. Buzz! A special force quickly landed on the flying sword. Time acceleration. Chapter 793 consumes 10 million points of soul power to accelerate time by 1 second. Accelerate. Previously, when his attribute panel had been upgraded, he had wanted to test out the effects of the time acceleration power. Now that he was in the midst of an intense battle, he naturally wanted to experiment. Therefore, without hesitation, he first attached the power of time acceleration to the Dark North flying sword that was using the Heart Sword technique. Buzz! In an instant, Zuf felt that his mind, which was attached to the Dark North flying sword, had become incomparably active, and everything outside the flying sword had slowed down. The speed of the attacks of Old Monster Cloudy Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun, which were originally astonishingly fast, was reduced to 1/10 of their original speed. No, that's not right. It's not that their attacks have slowed down. It's that my attack speed has become faster. My speed has increased by 10 times. Zuf instantly came to a conclusion, and he was extremely excited. This was also a huge increase in his strength. What was the concept of 10 times the speed? Originally, when he used the Heart Sword technique, his speed was already extremely fast, and ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to defend against it. Now that his speed had suddenly increased by 10 times, it was naturally even more shocking, reaching an unimaginable level. What's going on? Old Monster Cloudy Mist and Old Monster Ding Chun only felt that Zuf's flying sword had disappeared from their senses in a flash. Its speed was so fast that it left them dumbfounded. Then, they subconsciously thought of putting up a defense, but it was too late. The flying sword pierced through the air and directly touched Old Monster Ding Chun's head. Old Monster Ding Chun's horrified gaze was directly pierced through his head. The terrifying power of the Heart Sword technique directly turned his physical body into dust, and his primordial spirit was completely annihilated. The supreme Taoist technique, the Heart Sword art. Old Monster Ding Chun was actually very strong and had the battle strength of a second-tier primordial spirit realm cultivator. Moreover, he was all-round. Whether it was attack, defense, or speed, they were all very balanced, and there were almost no obvious weaknesses. Therefore, he was quite famous in the immortal technique world and was respected by many. However, Zuf's sword was equally powerful. When he unleashed his full battle prowess and used his great Tao manifestation and other auxiliary techniques, the might of his primordial magnetic divine light, 9 extinction divine sword, and other Tao techniques would reach the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. He would be able to break through the barriers of space and see the turbulence of the void. As for the Heart Sword technique, it was a supreme Tao technique. Its power was naturally much stronger than the 9 extinction divine sword and the metamagnet divine light. He might not have reached the second tier of the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm, but he was not far off. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would indeed be difficult for his attack to do anything to Ancestor Ding Chun. After all, the might of his attack was not enough to break through Ancestor Ding Chun's defenses, let alone kill him. However, Zuf had used the special power that came with the upgrade of his attributes panel time acceleration. Under the acceleration of time, the speed of the sword was simply too fast. It was truly as fast as lightning, so fast that no pinnacle primordial spirit realm expert could react in time. They could only take it head-on, as it was impossible for them to dodge it. And because of his confidence, Ancestor Ding Chun did not use any defensive techniques at all. With his own physical strength, there was no way he could withstand Ziyue's attack that was comparable to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. Not to mention, under the enhancement of extreme speed, the power of the sword was actually far stronger than expected. Therefore, under the sword, Ancestor Ding Chun was directly reduced to dust and died on the spot. This is time acceleration? I see. This is only used on the flying sword. If it were used on my body or an enemy, what kind of changes would there be? Ziyue saw the effect of the sword and felt a little agitated, which then triggered more fanciful thoughts. As soon as he used time acceleration, he realized that this ability was different from time reversal. The time reversal from before could only be used on himself. It affected everything related to him. It did not affect anything beyond the range of his surroundings. Later on, the astral realm itself would also make corrections and would not affect the original operation of the world. However, this time acceleration could be controlled by him, and it could be used on any object at will. For example, when he used it on his flying sword, the flow of time on the flying sword itself was increased by 10 times. Its speed was superb, and it could produce an effect that shocked even himself. What if it was used on himself? Would there be such a change? And what if it was used on others, or even an opponent? Could it also cause the opponent's strength to increase explosively and explode with terrifying battle strength? How is this possible? Old Monster Cloudy Mist's eyes were filled with shock. Old Monster Ding Chun is dead? He just returned from the immortal battlefield. This is his first appearance, and he did not even have the chance to make a big scene. How is he dead? In the distance, many primordial spirit realm experts of the nature sect and heavenly spirit sect could not believe it. They had amazing eyesight and, of course, could see the difference in strength between the two sides. They had long believed that Ziyue would definitely die. In the end, before they could react, old Monster Ding Chun had already died. As for Ziyue, because he had a spiritual treasure with him, he was not injured at all. They had already guessed that Ziyue would not be easy to deal with since he dared to stand out and was able to severely injure Sidu Zheng with one sword. He should be extremely powerful. However, such battle strength was still beyond their expectations. If I'm not wrong, this flying sword technique should be the heart sword technique passed down by the heart sword true honorable, an ancient spirit severing stage expert. This heart sword technique is a supreme Tao technique, and its power is naturally unparalleled. And from the power that Taoist North Ming had unleashed when he used this sword technique, it is obvious that he has already cultivated this supreme Tao technique to an extremely high level. However, even if it is a perfected heart sword technique, it is impossible to explode with such a terrifying speed. Even I would find it difficult to catch up to such a speed. It is definitely at the supreme level. Moreover, I don't know if it is an illusion, but there seems to be a trace of the mystery of time in that sword technique. The Thousand Phenomenon sect leader, the supreme level expert Situ Wu's expression turned serious and solemn. In the entire celestial spell world, there were very few people who could be treated as equals by him. Other than the supreme level experts, there were only a few who were at the peak of the primordial soul realm who were extremely powerful and famous. Ziyue's sword technique was enough for him to take seriously. Although it was not enough to threaten him, it was enough to shock him. Not to mention the speed that was comparable to the supreme level, the mystery of time in that sword technique moved him even more. He knew very well that the Tao of time was one of the two supreme great Taos. Even spirit-severing stage experts could rarely see a trace of its mystery. In the end, he had seen it from Ziyue. More importantly, Ziyue's celestial spell realm was only at the Golden Core stage. The peak of the Golden Core stage. How weak was it to an expert like him who had already reached the peak of the astral realm? He could easily crush him to death. But it was the other party who had mastered the mystery of the Tao of Time. That was a little shocking. The effect of time acceleration is too great for my strength. However, the consumption is also very terrifying. In just 1 second, I used up 10 million points of spiritual power. Fortunately, the result of this sword technique was obvious. After killing Ding Chun, my spiritual power increased instead of decreasing and reached 90 million points. Zua sighed in his heart. There was no other way. If not for the power of time acceleration, even if he was not afraid of Ding Chun and Cloud Mist Old Monster, he could not do anything to them. If time dragged on, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He naturally had to end the battle quickly. Next, it's you. By Zua's body moved. His eyes were cold as he looked at the Cloud Mist Ancestor. Without hesitation, he controlled the flying sword to flash again. The power of time acceleration naturally landed on the flying sword easily. Since old eccentric Ding Chun and old eccentric Cloud Mist intended to kill him, then he naturally wouldn't hold back. This time, he also had to establish his dominance, because only then would he be able to smoothly and safely take Fan Xingyu away. Oh no! Cloud Mist Old Monster's expression changed drastically. Spiritual light flashed on his body, and immediately petals appeared. As they combined, they formed a huge black lotus flower that enveloped him completely. At the same time, as his body flew back, he used threads of cloud mist. These threads of cloud mist were densely packed and covered an area of thousands of feet around him. Almost every thread of cloud mist was connected to his mind to a certain extent. With this, he finally touched the flying trajectory of Zua's flying sword. This sword is too fast. I can't dodge it. I have to use another method. The moment he touched the flying trajectory and speed of Zua's flying sword, Cloud Mist Old Monster knew that with his speed, it was impossible for him to dodge this sword. He could only take it head-on. The result of taking it head-on was what happened to his junior brother. Even if it was because his junior brother did not have time to use his defensive technique, and he was stronger than his junior brother, his defensive technique was better. But he did not dare to take the risk. Therefore, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a pitch-black all pierced out of his primordial spirit. Primordial spirit attack, black divine all. In his opinion, although Bai Zua's various techniques were strong, his cultivation was only at the peak of the golden core stage after all. Perhaps Bai Zua's combat strength was equal to his, but the weakness of the insufficient strength of his soul was absolutely not something that could be made up for by relying on external forces. If the black divine all was effective, even if it could not directly destroy his soul, it would be enough to cause him to be unable to use the power of this sword and be destroyed. Soul attacks had no essence and were indeed the fastest. It even surpassed the speed of Zua's flying sword. Zua did not expect Cloud Mist Old Monster to use a primordial spirit attack, but facing Cloud Mist Old Monster, who was obviously stronger than Ding Chun, he naturally would not underestimate him. Therefore, when he used the Heart Sword technique, he also used his own primordial spirit attack. Supreme Tao Technique, 9 Thunder God-Destroying Seal. He was looking forward to the power of the 9 Thunder God-Destroying Seal. When he used it, the 9 Thunder God-Destroying Seals combined to form a Thunder God-Destroying Seal that quickly rushed towards Cloud Mist Old Monster. Chi! The Thunder God-Destroying Seal coincidentally collided with Cloud Mist Old Monster's Black Divine All. Under the intense collision, the Black Divine All suddenly shattered, and the Thunder God-Destroying Seal became much dimmer. It actually rushed into Cloud Mist Old Monster's primordial spirit before the flying sword. Cloud Mist Old Monster groaned and saw stars. The power of his primordial spirit was slightly scattered. Fortunately, although Zua's attack was strong, it had been weakened by the Black Divine All. The remaining power was naturally unable to shake Cloud Mist Old Monster's primordial spirit that had reached the peak of the primordial spirit realm and had been refined countless times. Then, Ziyue's flying sword fiercely hit the Black Lotus on Cloud Mist Old Monster's body. Under the terrifying explosion of power, a large part of the void between heaven and earth turned into nothingness, revealing a large area of incomparably huge spatial turbulence. I blocked it. Cloud Mist Old Monster was overjoyed, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, it was normal. His Black Lotus was a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure. When combined with his defensive Dao techniques, even an extreme realm expert would have to put in a lot of effort to break through. Although Daoist North Ming's sword was strong, what was truly terrifying was its terrifying speed under the acceleration of time. The true power of the attack was not that strong. At least, it did not reach his limit. Thinking of this, Cloud Mist Old Monster's eyes shone brightly. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation to counterattack, he suddenly saw a huge shadow of a golden pagoda. It was majestic like a huge mountain and came crashing down on him. It was Ziyue who had suddenly taken out his killing weapon, the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. With the help of the power of the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, he was able to unleash such a swift and terrifying attack. Stop! Situ Wu's expression changed. He finally could not help but make a move. A flying sword quickly pierced out. However, the shadow of the Golden Pagoda seemed to have expected it. At the critical moment, it twisted and dodged the flying sword. From another direction, it blasted Cloud Mist Old Monster's body. The existence of the extreme realm expert Situ was like a huge sword hanging in the air, oppressing Ziyue. Ziyue was naturally prepared for his attack. Therefore, the moment Situ Wu attacked, he hurriedly used the power of time reversal on his attribute panel. This was how he was able to dodge Situ Wu's attack at the critical moment. No! Cloud Mist Old Monster screamed in horror. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not block the attack of Ziyue's spiritual treasure. This attack had truly reached the level of the extreme realm. Even when the otherworldly demon encountered this attack, it was extremely serious and could only avoid it, not to mention Old Monster Cloudy Mist. The moment he was struck by this attack, Old Monster Cloudy Mist, bang! The supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Black Lotus, was instantly shattered and almost completely destroyed. The terrifying power did not diminish as it crashed in a Cloud Mist Old Monster's body. Puff! As if a sandstorm had blown past, his robes, flesh, blood, bones, and primordial spirit were all destroyed and turned into ashes. The second primordial spirit realm expert, Cloud Mist Old Monster, had also fallen. Huff huff! The spiritual energy that Cloud Mist Old Monster gave me is slightly more than Ding Chun. Even if I use the time acceleration to reduce the spiritual energy by 10 million, my spiritual energy has increased to 170 million points. Finally, it gives me more confidence. Quickly using his spiritual energy to recover the Jindan essence that he had used in the fierce battle, Ziyue's expression became calm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.